Colleagues, may I humbly request that we take our seats. We would like to welcome all of you colleagues in this council. We wish to declare the meeting open, and we know that we were supposed to start at 10. We sincerely apologize for a delay that was caused by a prolonged meeting of the Provincial Command Council on COVID-19. We sincerely apologize to all of you. It's not the way we work. May I take this opportunity to welcome all representatives. Firstly, this is a council, KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change and Sustainable Development Council. We welcome all MECs. While the council is chaired by the Premier, the Secretariat of this council is located in the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, especially the Directorate of Environmental Affairs. The council or ETIA works in collaboration with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. So MEC Pillay and MEC Hlumuga. Because of the mandate of COCTA in relation to municipalities, regulations, spatial planning and integration. We also wish to welcome all MECs who are here today, all mayors who are with us, the district mayors, the representative of eThekwini Municipal Council, Councillor Fozi Appiah, and all our district mayors. We welcome and appreciate the presence of the Director General and all HODs, the officials from our municipalities as well. We also welcome the social partners who are with us in this council. The business sector represented by Mr. Moses Tembe. We appreciate your presence, Mr. Tembe. The traditional leadership of KwaZulu-Natal, represented by the Deputy Chairperson of the province, Inkosi Ndabezitha. The stakeholders, especially from civil society, academics, various NGOs. This is one sector which is also dominated by the NGOs, and we thank them for their role. We welcome all of you who are here, including ladies and gentlemen from the media. With that, we present the agenda, and the items on the agenda, there are items for discussions and there are technical items. I will preside on the first. We will make few remarks, and after remarks, we will take the terms of reference. I know that we are assuming that we have read the terms of reference, but I will request that the Secretariat summarize the terms of reference. And after that, we will adopt the terms of reference. There will then be the confirmation of membership, the date for the next meeting. After that, we will move to the second session, which will be dealing with technical content. We will get the KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change Action Plan. That will be presented by HOD for ETIA, Mr. Nkontwana, together with the Chief Director, Mrs. Noelle. Then we will get the local government response plan, and that will be a case study of KwaDukuza secondary city. This is not a selection that we must take things and always learn from Ilembe. It is just the fact that people of Ilembe are struggling and trying their best to contribute in the development of knowledge in the country. We will then move, yes, especially when it comes to indigenous issues, led by MEC Konyeni. Progress report or progress on the implementation, Umngeni Resilient Project is one that has been identified as one that is exemplary when it comes to resilient projects that are in the province, and then we will get that presentation. And that presentation will include, or will be done by Professor Modi, and it comes from the UKZN Center for Environmental Affairs and Development. Climate change or climate smart agricultural modeling. And we will get a presentation by Ms. L. Dlamini, who is from UCT. She is a researcher and a PhD candidate at Climate Change System Analysis Group. Thereafter, we will get a presentation on KwaZulu-Natal greenhouse gas inventory, and that will be done by Ms. N. Walingo from ETIA. She's a director responsible for KZN climate change. Then we will look on the policy. And this policy is focusing on the green buildings policy by Dr. S. Gicha. He is a chief professional planner, and he will give us that presentation. Then we will get a presentation from ETIA on local government climate change response plan. Then we will get climate change, water and energy nexus by Prof. Majosi from WITS, then climate change from the business perspective. And then there will be a representative of the business sector, strategic matters, provincial growth and development strategy will then be done by the Office of the Premier, and then we will move toward closure. So it's going to be a full day. We acknowledge that there are apologies that have been received by from very few colleagues, including MEC. I think it is MEC for COGTA, MEC for Transport Community Safe and Liaison, and MEC for Education. These three will be excused at 1 o'clock, and they are expected to go and attend another meeting. MEC Mloyi is expected to go out at 12, but come back after that. Now, these are apologies we've received, unless there are others from the Director General. The DG is indicating that there are no apologies. Let me move then, before we start, the colleagues from here, Chief Albert Luthuli, International Convention Center, are going to take us through some rules. Some rules. They will present the rules that must guide us here, the safety regulations. I'm not sure whether they are ready. If they are, they will take us through, and they are saying they might do it. Not sure whether you will be electronic. Okay, let's then go through that presentation through the video.
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some of the important health and safety information. Whilst here, please help us to prevent the spread of COVID-19 by following these simple steps. Upon arrival at the Durban ICC, you would have been screened for symptoms by way of a temperature check and a health questionnaire. Please remember to keep a safe distance of at least 1.5 meters from other people at all times. Wear a mask for the duration of the event when not eating or drinking. Avoid touching your face. Wash your hands for 20 seconds using soap and water as often as possible. If you can't wash your hands, use the hand sanitizer provided throughout the facility. If you are experiencing any of the COVID-19 symptoms, please contact one of our staff members who can assist you further. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for your use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and opposite the concourse area. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031-360-1007 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security officers and the marshals will also help to direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Thank you, Team from Inkosi, Chief Albert Lutuli, International Convention Center. With that, the video cannot be debated and discussed, and this is straightforward, colleagues. Let me then move on with the agenda. Safe to say that we have been advised that there is less potential for the distribution of labor, and therefore I will chair the process and the entire session, 2 sessions, with the assistance of MEC Pillay as the leader of the team that, or the department that is responsible. Just as a way of welcoming you, colleagues, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome each and everyone present to this inaugural meeting of the KwaZulu-Natal Council on Climate Change and Sustainable Development during the term of office of the 6th administration. As I say this, 2 issues that I'm underlining. This team is going to work together. So the composition was finalized, and the term of office is till the end of the 6th administration. We are working under the theme, working together to achieve green and climate-smart economic recovery. And this is important for the health of humans' only home, and that home is the earth. This assembly must therefore serve to unite us as the province and galvanize all effort to implement a program of action that will help save the earth, heal it, and preserve it for future generations. It's a common cause that we are still reeling from the devastating effect of COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has devastated lives and livelihoods on an unimaginable scale and left more despondent and more people without means of survival. Whenever there are disasters and pandemics, the least fortunate suffers worse. And thus, we always need to ensure that we respond effectively. This council is the realization of the resolutions that we took during the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Summit in August 2019. That summit emphasized the importance of a synchronized approach across multi-stakeholders in responding to effect and impact of climate change. We therefore wish to take this opportunity to welcome all members who have been appointed to this council. But also, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for dedicating yourself to participate in shaping this council, and those of you who will be making presentations during the course of the day. During the presentation of our State of the Province address early this year, we committed ourselves on a social compact that brings together all stakeholders especially the business sector, labor, traditional, religious sectors, and communities. We said we must come together into one social compact to quicken the tempo to economic recovery and job creation. We must all work together and understand that we are working under the new normal. We are therefore in full support of the Africa Climate Policy Center, as well as our national government, that post-COVID-19, we cannot reverse to a pre-COVID era and do things as if we are still the same. The climate emergency demands that in all that we do, we must produce, trade, and conduct businesses and our lives in a manner that protects and nourishes the environment. Our generation has a historical task of building the climate-resilient communities, reducing the carbon footprint, deploying environmentally friendly gas technologies, and ensuring a just transition to a low-carbon and a sustainable development trajectory. Part of this just trajectory means the support of new green industries that must prosper, but those industries will also require new skills, and therefore reskilling will be important. We are part of various international and global organizations, such as Under-2 Coalition, that is focusing on dealing with issues of preserving environment. And we are also taking note that Africa still lags behind in terms of preserving environment. Yet, Africa has been devastated by a number of disasters arising from environmental challenges. This will include Cyclone Idai, which took place in April 2019, which struck Mozambique, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, leaving more than 200,000 people homeless, and more than 800 hectares of crops, 800,000 hectares of crops were destroyed. Yet in KwaZulu-Natal, we remember that during the Easter time of 2019, we suffered loss of life, homes were damaged, and infrastructure was destroyed by the storm that took place. And in 2020 alone, a number of heavy rains led to floods across various parts of our province. But at the same time, during the dry season of 2020, we saw virtual fires occurring and affecting the nature and the green fields of our province. And therefore, we have to do all we can to preserve environment. So our response from today must show that we are alert to these challenges. On the 17th of December 2020, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa appointed the Presidential Climate Change Coordinating Commission. This is a statutory body whose mandate is to coordinate and oversee the just transition toward a low-carbon, inclusive, climate change resilient economy and society. 5 months later, as the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we are resuscitating this council that was established to enhance climate resilience in the province through a stakeholder dialogue accompanied by sector adaptation and mitigation actions. The Council will oversee the adaptation action across all 8 most vulnerable sectors that we identified during the summit. We also take pride in the progress we've made in advancing the province's inroad into mitigation through the greenhouse gas emission inventory. And I was surprised to learn during our work in the exhibition here that also municipalities like KwaDukuza are working toward developing their own greenhouse gas emission inventory. And eThekwini have moved more steps ahead in that to even develop their own plan, which talk to the mitigation of climate change. We'd like to see more of our district working together to ensure that we become environmental friendly. We are all aware that KwaZulu-Natal is one of the populated provinces, second after Gauteng. But equally, in terms of the economy, we are the second largest economy in terms of the GDP contribution, but in terms of industries. We have 2 ports, the deepest and the busiest port. We have economic hubs such as Durban, Richards Bay, Pietermaritzburg, and Newcastle. These economies are heavily reliant on energy generated from the burning of non-renewable fossil fuel, which unfortunately release harmful greenhouse gases, and in particular carbon dioxide, into the atmosphere, and thereafter affect the human living of our people and their livelihood. Such activities and the pace must then change, but that change, and as the province we said during our own summit, we said ours is not just a jump from one focal to the other. We said we will have to ensure that as we go on, we grow the economy and balance with preservation of the environment. And therefore, it is important that our strategy is balanced. We are against the stereotype approach. And in saying that, I want to underline, we are against industries that will want to ensure industrialization at the total disregard of preserving nature. But again, we would want, as we move, to continue industrialize and adopt means and strategies that will at the same time preserve nature. And therefore, that striking that balancing act is quite important for us as KwaZulu-Natal. It is important that in doing so, we then mobilize all communities to speak in one language and understand that we must preserve the environment. If there is one thing that will live on and on for all generations to come, is the earth. And therefore we must preserve it so that the future generation will have a space to live on. With these few words, colleagues and compatriots, we wish to welcome all of you to this inaugural meeting of KwaZulu-Natal Council on Climate Change and Sustainable Development. Let us at all time and in all effort understand preserving nature does not mean we must not develop ourselves as the province. We will have to strike the balance, and therefore the stereotypeness and hard attitude must be lessened, and at all times we must be prepared to engage in all strategies to mitigate and in ensuring that we progress to the future together. I wish to thank all of you. You are welcome to this council. Having said that, may I request that we welcome MEC Pillay, who will then take us through the terms of reference for the council, and he will be brief so that we will then adopt the terms of reference. MEC Pillay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, my colleague MECs, traditional leaders who are present, councillors and leaders of local government, representatives of organized business, labor and civil society, officials of the various departments, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I will try to summarize the terms of reference which I think is in your pack. It's not a long document, but I certainly won't go through all of it line by line. And I think there's one amendment which I need to state, which is not in the version that you have. So the terms of reference for the KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change and Sustainable Development Council. This is the inaugural meeting of the reconstituted Climate Change Council. So there has been a Climate Change Council in the past, which has had varying degrees of activity, and now we are reconstituting, and this is the inaugural meeting of that reconstituted Climate Change Council. So the preamble of the terms of reference reads as follows, that during the KwaZulu-Natal pre-COP17 Climate Change Summit held on 26th to 27th of September 2011, a resolution to establish and launch a KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change Council was adopted, and this was in terms of responding to the effects and impacts of climate change in the province and also providing support to national government in meeting its emission reduction commitments. So the government of KwaZulu-Natal acknowledges the serious impacts of climate change which can compromise its food security, citizens' health and welfare, socio-economic development, and in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And in order to give effect to the pre-COP17 summit's resolution, the KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change and Sustainable Development Council is hereby established with the following terms of reference. The name shall be the KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change and Sustainable Development Council. There's a vision which is set out there, which is to ensure environmental resilience of the provincial structures in responding to the impacts of climate change, without compromising sustainable development in the province, and that's really paraphrasing what the Premier has just said. The mission is to coordinate and scale up comprehensive and strategic climate change interventions for sustainable well-being of KwaZulu-Natal, and the purpose is to coordinate activities that are geared towards effective and timeous management of climate change impacts and ensure sustainable development, and issue reports as appropriate. The objectives are set out in paragraph 5, which is to coordinate climate change responses at programmatic level to foster synergy and avoid duplication. I'm going to summarize 5.2 to facilitate awareness creation and empowerment, 5.3 to foster and strengthen partnerships among all stakeholders for an appropriate provincial response, 5.4 to facilitate access to local and international funds to carry out clean developmental projects, 5.5 to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of all climate change management related projects, 5.6 to review the implementation of programs and strategies of the multi-sectoral response to climate change in accordance with the set frameworks, 5.7 to ensure effective participation in carbon trading technological development transfer programs geared towards greenhouse gas reduction. 5.8, to facilitate the promotion of the green economy, economic reconstruction and recovery, and the creation of green and climate-smart jobs in the province. And 5.9, to play an oversight role on the reports on implementation of the adaptation and mitigation plans undertaken. Then paragraph 6 just tries to drill down further into functions, monitoring of impacts of climate change in the province, and prioritizations of the most vulnerable sectors. 6.2, to provide inputs for financing in order to effectively implement, monitor, and evaluate the response options. 6.3, to facilitate and lobby for sourcing of funds from local and international funding agencies. And 6.4, to ensure effective capacity building and empowerment of the people of KwaZulu-Natal with regards to responding to climate change impacts. 6.5, facilitate effective continuous communication with stakeholders and ensure coordination of the responses. And 6.6, to monitor and provide update on climate change issues affecting the province. So there's a little bit of repetition there, but I think it's just trying to drill down to the practical level. Then item 7, I think from a practical point of view, is the membership, who makes up the Climate Change Council. And at 7.1, it set out the Honourable Premier, all provincial members of the Executive Council, which currently is 10, so Premier plus the 10 MECs, all district municipality mayors and a eThekwini Metro Mayor, heads of department at the provincial level, a representative from SALGA KZN, a representative from KwaZulu-Natal Planning Commission, and representatives from the national departments, especially environment, energy, and water issues. The CEO of Izimvelo Wildlife and the CEO of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal, and a representative from the South African Weather Services. Then we go on to representatives from various sectors, including chambers of business, academia and research organizations, the NGO sector, then energy sector, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, traditional leaders, I think there's traditional healers as well, yes, organized labor, and then civil society nominated by the Premier, and the fair representation of women, men, youth, and people living with disabilities. And I think this is a call that went out as a form of a public advert for this, and I think the final version should have a line that says that the Premier has the right to appoint any additional members outside that public nomination process, and in responding to any gaps that are perceived to be there. And I think we just need to take note of that. Then there's a technical support and secretariat. The council will be supported by a technical committee from the various, made up of representatives from the various government departments and partner bodies in providing content and development of meeting agendas. 3 committees shall be established: the Climate Change Technical Committee, the Mitigation and Renewable Energy Technical Committee, and the Sustainable Development Goals, including Monitoring, Verification and Reporting Working Committee. The Climate Change Unit at the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs will serve as the Secretariat of the Council and headed by a senior manager. Section 9, apart from the Council shall meet at least 4 times in a year. The others are really technical, logistical issues, which I'm not going to go through line by line, except to make the following points. That the meeting shall be called by the chairperson, which is the Premier, and a general meeting may be called by no less than 1/3 of its members. The 9.3 to 9.7 are really technical issues, which I don't think I need to take you line by line. The quorum of any meeting shall be 50% plus 1. And each member shall present and entitled to vote shall have 1 vote. And then there's the issue about minutes, which is a normal logistical matter. Of course, members are expected to attend each and every meeting, and there's an implied code of conduct for their activity unless leave of absence is granted, and the normal conflict of interest provisions. And any amendment can only be done by the Council at an annual general meeting or special general meeting by 50% plus one majority of those representatives present and voting. There's notice provisions there. All members referred to in section 7 above shall be core standing members of the council. So the members that are listed, from the Premier to the MECs to the representatives and representatives of civil society, they will form the core members of the council, only subject to addition, as I said, by the right of the Premier to make an addition in observance of any gap that emerges as we go along. Honourable Premier, those are the terms of reference. And with your permission, Premier, just to avoid me having to come up and down, I would, with your permission, just read out the names of those who emerged in the public process from the other sectors of society. And they are Nkosi P.T. Zulu, who is the Deputy Chair of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Mr. Michael Malinga from the NGO sector, so too Ms. Kathy Lewis, who's from the National Business Initiative, Mr. Nazir Jamal, Penny Appeal South Africa, then Mr. Nkululeko Mkunu from a business organization, Mr. Wiseman Mkiza representing the youth sector, Mr. Mduduzi Jijana from the disability sector, then Dr. Tafadzwanashe Mabaldi from academia, University of KZN, Professor Catherine Sutherland from the University of KZN, Professor Thokozani Majozi, Wits, Dr. Kaniso Mbata from University of Zululand, and Mrs. Nokubonga Primrose Mnyango, who's representing the women's sector, and Mr. Sibusiso Robertson Gumede, who's from the Traditional Healers Associations. And then from the faith-based organizations, we have Mr. Mkolisi Nuswa, Reverend Zipo Ntuli, and Ms. Tashmika Sharma. From farmers associations, we have Dr. Siyabonga Majdala and Mr. Mbele. And from another chamber of business, we have Mr. Tabang Mofokeng. Mr. Moses Temba represents the KZN Growth Coalition. And then from other individual business nominations, there are Ms. Poppy Shlamini and Ms. Melanie Veness, who is the CEO of the Pietermaritzburg Chamber of Business. And last but not least, we have Mr. Kalipile Kotoza, who will represent organized labor. Premier, those are the members who constitute the membership of this newly reconstituted Climate Change Council. Thank you, Premier.
MEC Pillay. Let's give MEC Pillay a big round hand of applause. Now, let's then comment on the terms of reference. Colleagues, do we adopt the terms of reference? Do we have submissions or any comment? Thank you, Mayor of Ugu District Council, Mayor Councillor Ngobo. Thank you. The Mayor was moving for the adoption of the terms of reference and the composition. Mayor, Councillor, Mayor of Herekwala District, Mayor Councillor Numalo.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, and greetings to yourself, MECs, colleagues. I rise to support Ubaba Ungobo with the addition Ravi that said Honorable Premier must be allowed to appoint where there are gaps in terms of the sector. I thank you.
Thanks, colleagues. With that, we all adopt the terms of reference and we further confirm the membership of the council. Agreed? Thank you. Let's do that with a big round of applause. Thank you, colleagues. May I request that the date of the next meeting be announced. The date of the next meeting is the 20th of August this year. Let's then move on to the next session, 4.4, standing items, and we will start with the KZN Climate Change Action Plan. The HOD, Mr. Kondwane from ETIA, and Mrs. Noelle, Chief Director, Environmental Affairs. They are going to then lead us in the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Premier and Honorable MECs and the delegates to the Council. I'm Hlakanipho Nkondwane, the HOD for ETIA. We will be presenting the plan, this is the plan that we will be working on as a province together collectively with all the sectors to ensure that we have a province that is able to adapt, but also ensure that we are able to mitigate the adverse impact of climate in the province. I will be handing over to my colleague, Ms. Phumelele Noelle, who will be making a presentation to you on the draft plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. To the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Ubaba Zikalala, the Honorable MECs that are here with us, the House of Traditional Leaders, Amakhosi Asendlunkulu, the Honorable Mayors that are present today, the DG of the province, and the HODs, members of the council, leaders from all sectors and colleagues, it's a good morning. I am going to be taking that presentation that talks to the draft climate change response implementation plan for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And by way of introduction, I just wish to indicate that our roadmap as the province in as far as responding to the climate change has been quite long. Our greatest momentum we gained really after COP17. But from a planning and a policy point of view, I will just point out just a couple of milestones in relation to the presentation that I'm going to be giving. We went ahead as the department to conduct the vulnerability assessments for the province. In terms of the National Climate Change Response Plan, provinces are supposed to have their own plans as well as municipalities. So our roadmap really started with us conducting our vulnerability assessment to understand our risks and our vulnerabilities, to understand the sectors that are most vulnerable so that we can respond accordingly. After that, we then developed our plan to respond to climate change, and that plan was speaking specifically to adaptation. When we respond to climate change, we do two main things. We respond through adaptation or mitigation. So our roadmap then started with adaptation. So that was done then in terms of the province, and the implementation plan that I'm going to be presenting is the implementation plan of that plan, which we put together after we had understood scientifically our vulnerable sectors. So for each sector that we identified, there are key interventions that the province has to embark on in order to reduce risk, to reduce vulnerability, and to increase our adaptive capacity. We also went further to develop this now, these plans, these vulnerability assessments at the local level. We focused on all the districts that we have in the province. So we've got our vulnerability assessments for all our districts, and my colleague later on is going to be speaking specifically to that, to say for each district, what is it that was identified to be the risks, and what it is that can be done to address those. So, the greenhouse gas emissions inventory that we're going to be presenting also today is our beginning of our journey in terms of responding from a mitigation point of view. Under mitigation, that is where we come with plans to say, how are we going to reduce our carbon emissions? But in order for you to be able to do that, you need to understand your baseline. You need to know where are the carbon emissions right now? Where are the sources of emissions in the province? Who is actually behind this? Which sectors are really the ones that are actually producing these emissions? And quantify those. After you have done that, then you can come up with the plans to say, because we know this sector is the one that is producing emissions of this amount, they have to reduce by this amount. So our mitigation plan has to be undergirded by a proper understanding of our greenhouse gas emissions, their sources and their quantities. So the presentation that we'll be dealing with that will be telling us exactly where our key emission sources. Now getting to this one, so this one is an implementation plan then that is part of the vulnerability assessments that we did at a provincial scale. And those are the partners that we worked with. These now are our 8 vulnerable sectors of the province as KZN. Number 1 is disaster risk management. Number 2 is human health. Number 3, water resources. Number 4, biodiversity and ecosystems. Number 5, human settlements. Number 6, transport and public infrastructure. Number 7, coastal and marine zones. And then lastly, it's agriculture and food security in no particular order. So these are our key vulnerable sectors then in our province. If we are saying that we are responding to climate change, this is where we need to be investing more than others, because we have identified them through a process that is understood in the space of climate change management. I'll skip this one. In terms of program matrices, so under DRR, or disaster risk management, we've got 4 programs there, and then under human health, we've got 2 main programs. Water resources, we've got 3, and then under biodiversity and ecosystems, we have 3. Okay, I'm not going to read them. My hope is that when I get to those, they're gonna be more legible than this. I'm now realizing this screen is very small, or I'm old. Then going further, under human settlements, we've got those three under transport, we've got those, and under marine and agriculture. I am going to expand as I go, as I zoom in into the sectors. Starting with the disaster risk management. Now, also what I would like to indicate is that this is a draft plan. This is telling us what is it that we need to be doing if we are responding correctly and scientifically correct. However, in terms of the resources, we're still expecting that the relevant role players and the relevant departments may go and think about this and also consider the resource requirements that are attached to this, because many of these interventions will need some kind of resource support. But also, we do need to indicate that in terms of our core functions as various departments that are responsible for these sectors, there is already a lot of work that we are already doing. So that's already covered in our operational budgets. So it's not like we are starting from the scratch. So it will be those very extra programs then that will need some extra kind of resources. But as we explain the process, we will indicate how much time we're gonna have as various departments to consider this and to consider how much can be done considering all kinds of constraints within which we operate. So for under disaster risk management, mainly we are looking at the early warning systems and the appropriate information and communication around that. So the implementation plan is arranged in this way. There's an action, there's a responsible institution. There will be that institution that leads that, but there are others supporting or the collaborators. And then we have a column that talks to the resource requirements and the time frame and the indicators of success. This action plan or implementation plan spans over a period of 2 years only. The reason for that is because it is attached to a plan that is coming to an end in 2022. We have already started to review our plans. So after 2022, we're going to have a new plan with its own implementation plan. We have already been granted funding by the same GIZ that supported us with the first one, and work has already started. Moving on, my apologies. So it's the warning systems and yes, and then it's the risk and vulnerability service centers. Really, it's around the identification of risk now from a disaster risk point of view. And the last one speaks to the forecast, the seasonal forecasting in the main, which the information that we can share with the users like your farmers so that they can understand what it is that they need to do or not do in a particular period, when to plant or not to plant. So there are technologies that are there which can support, especially those whose business relies so much on climate and weather. And then the next one speaks to the development of tools, many tools. It could be any in terms of adaptation, in line also with the framework of disaster risk reduction. The next one talks to awareness raising, where we make people aware about the disasters, how they can protect themselves, and so on and so on. And also trying also to improve our response capabilities in terms of the disasters. And lastly is the mechanisms to help the poor to recover from the disasters once the disasters have manifested. Human health. Under human health, actions there Environmental health programs here, there's environmental health program in that there are elements that are directly linked to climate change. There are certain disasters, diseases, for example, that are associated with floods, cholera, and those kinds of things. So if we have more and more events of floods, then it means we have to prepare ourselves in terms of how we protect people or how we respond on time so that people do not lose their times. Then the next one speaks to the collection of climate change relevant health statistics. There is a need for good statistics here in order for us to be able to respond adequately. And then the last one speaks to awareness, public awareness. And lastly, this one speaks to the establishment of the social infrastructure and health or healthy living program, which actually promotes healthy living where people can take good care of themselves. Also in relation to what they're likely to suffer as a result, direct result of climate change. Water resources. Under water resources, really here we talk about the identification of alternative water technologies now. In other words, we're saying that we do have challenges, we do have droughts, we need to be working now towards other sources of water, investing in innovations, in technology, in research, so that we are able to identify those should droughts actually happen. Because we cannot dictate that, but what we're saying, if it happens, what shall we do? So this could include desalination, groundwater resources, recycling of water, rainwater harvesting, and so on and so on. There's also an action there that speaks to research into advanced alternative water resources. And there is also the public awareness there. There's also some innovative programs in science expos in relation to the innovations there in the water sector. Again, here, there is the identification of vulnerable communities, specifically when it comes to water, those who do not have water or those who don't have access to clean water and so on and so on, they tend to be far more vulnerable than others. And lastly, is to increase their resilience, community resilience in terms of water-related challenges. Biodiversity and ecosystems. Here, we need to develop wall-to-wall environmental frameworks. These are plans now where we identify our biodiversity sources, our natural capital. What is it that we need to protect? Which biomes, for example, are very important in terms of helping our biodiversity to cope with climate change. So this is really in line with your ecosystem-based adaptation. Development of environmental capacity there, the establishment of biodiversity loss in our CBAs, our critical biodiversity areas, and the spread of terrestrial and marine alien invasive species program, where we remove the aliens in order to protect our biodiversity. Human settlements, here, at municipal level, we need municipal level implementation of climate change regulations in relation to planning now, along the lines of your spatial planning and land use management. One of the principles of SPLUMA is actually resilience. So it speaks to resilience, so we need to be integrating that when we are planning. Also is the alignment of planning tools with disaster management tools. In other words, if you have an IDP or an STF, it must talk to what is coming out of your disaster management plan. Because if they are just documents sitting separately, there is no functional integration, then you're not likely to see the impact. Then there is also an issue of the enhancement of training, especially for our traditional leaders, in order to enhance our cooperation or maybe capacity there. And then the support for planning as well. Going to transport and infrastructure. Yeah, we develop and we implement climate resilience here around the public works, around the buildings, maybe government buildings and so on and so on. The green building policies come in there. What kind of materials are we using when we build? Do they take into consideration the issues of energy efficiencies and so on, as well as protection? Also, we deal with stormwater management plans to make sure that our stormwater systems are working properly, because one of the things that cause us to have impact, higher impact when we have flood, is not necessarily the amount of water, but the level of our storm waters in terms of their functionality. So the ecological infrastructure programs there and water management practices. Then also is to establish a social infrastructure, healthy living in relation now to our transport, as well as pollution management from the municipal sewage infrastructures. And lastly, to establish the energy efficiency programs. Under marine and coastal, we develop the required plans in terms of the law there, your coastal vulnerability plans, and the interventions in relation to that. And also, we deal with communication specific to that, agriculture and food security. So here, in the main, the color of this color, my apology, this color does not really allow us to read. But I can just talk to that. Under agriculture, I do believe that we do have the implementation plan. So the color coding and this are just not working. I do apologize, I can't read. So, but what is very important here is that we are a province that relies very much on agriculture. It's a very, very important economic sector. Whether it's commercial agriculture or subsistence agriculture, we need to be talking about smart agriculture. How do we actually teach people to do agriculture differently? But also linked to that is the issue of water use efficiencies. How much water do we use, for example, to do what we do? Can we reduce? Should we be using gallons and gallons if there are methods of doing it better? So that is in the main what we have to be doing. In terms of mitigation, we've got the sectors that we are talking to. Under energy, we have a program there to implement current energy efficiency strategies. Under waste, again, waste is one of the key sectors in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So the amount of waste that we reuse, we recycle, we need to be focusing on that. And then in terms of afforestation and land use, AFOLI. Now, afforestation, that is where we grow more and more forest, because forests, they help us in terms of carbon sequestration. They help as sinks, they suck up carbon. So we need to be planting more and more of these trees. Of course, avoiding introducing those that are aliens, because it's still gonna cost us money to remove them. And land use, different kinds of land use. In transport, mainly under mitigation really is vehicle efficiency. We've got an electric vehicle there, so most of us perhaps should be going in that direction to try and reduce their emissions. We also need to promote the hybrid and electric vehicles and so on and so on. Under cross-cutting issues, we're really talking about some critical enablers. They're not sectors per se, but they are enablers. In other words, you need partnerships. In order for all those sectors to be able to respond, there should be partnerships, there should be advocacy, there should be a proper reporting and monitoring, there should be information management, there should also be a strong research element that supports our interventions. So I would like, therefore, to end. This is my slide in terms of where to from here. We have just this time frame. We are going to be working together through our technical climate change committee, which has been running just to give ourselves time as various departments to look into these implementation plans and see what it is that can reasonably be done in the space of 2 years. And then after that, we'll consolidate, and then we will have our final report. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks. Let's give Team ATI a big round hand of applause. Colleagues, we are going to take the presentations under 4.4, standing items. All of those presentations, and then we will have the opportunity for discussions after that. Let me then call, or before I call the next presenter, I must indicate that those who will be presenting will now be limited strictly to 10 minutes. And MEC Pillay will drive and ensure that he enforce the adherence to time. So if you don't see me here, it will be because we are bringing the best dictators who will be able to enforce time management. MEC Pillay will then proceed with this session, and we will take local government response plan, and that will be a case study of KwaDukuza Secondary City, a presentation by Mr. Skhumbuzo Hlongwana, Executive Director of KwaDukuza Local Municipality, strictly 10 minutes. Mr. Hlongwana, the floor is yours. Okay, KwaDukuza Local Municipality, please. Even ingasayena uHlongwana ngenze ukuthi mhlambe someone is assigned to present. It does appear that he is not yet around. I'm not sure whether the progress report of Umngeni Resilient Project is ready. Colleagues from Umngeni, if they are here. No, I'm told that they are trying to load the presentation. I'm not sure whether they are around now, ready to present. Umngeni. Thank you. You can then, Prof. Albert Modi, you can then make a presentation. May I request that Luleka Dlamini also comes to sit here so that we don't waste time. Prof, you've got your 10 minutes. So colleagues, Luleka is ready, and I believe her presentation is loaded already. As we still load the Umngeni presentation, let's then take a presentation on climate smart agricultural modeling. by Ms. Luleka Dlamini, UCT researcher and a PhD candidate at Climate System Analysis Group. Ms. Dlamini, for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thought they have already uploaded my presentation. I'm just gonna wait a little for that. While we are waiting, I can just give you a bit of background about myself. I am Luleka Dlamini. I'm originally from here in Mandeni. I am currently doing a joint PhD with the University of Cape Town and the Wageningen University in the Netherlands. I'm doing my first year, and I do research, but it's mainly part-time work across the university. My presentation actually is based on climate modeling and its application, and I'll also touch base on climate smart agriculture, which is part of my PhD research. I haven't, do I need to plug it in?
It's not being received there.
I sent it to them.
They're not receiving it. Maybe. Are you connected?
I'm not connected, but I did send it to someone via USB.
Are you able to email from here? Are you connected?
I'm not connected here.
They're not receiving it. I think they've got a problem.
Oh, okay. The other guy did take it though.
Okay, why don't you? It seems while we're sorting that technical issue out, is Prof. Modi ready? You are. Then can I call you, please, to come through and make your presentation? If the technical team could please make sure that things are organized. We have a long program and we want to manage the time.
I'm the technical team. Yes. What we need is those who are presenting to give us their presentation in time.
But why you should have asked?
We didn't even know. You see, we don't even know what the now they're feeding us their presentations. That's what the delay is. Because they didn't come to us. We told the director, the program director. Even the guys can't even find their presentation. But anyway, sorry for the delay.
Apologies, and while that's, please, if we can just, all those who are presenting, please just double check that their presentations are loaded. Okay, it seems we're going back to Luleka.
So like I've said, my presentation will be looking at climate modeling and its application. I would also touch base on climate smart agriculture. We do know that weather is changing all around us. And when we talk about weather, we're actually referring to the everyday changes of temperature and rainfall. And these are, if we take the average of that, we actually are referring to climate. So weather is something that we get every day. It varies over time, over minutes and days. It varies over different locations. But when we look at climate, it's actually the average of that weather. So it's what we expect. For example, if you are in KZN and you expect that in summer, you'll have an average weather that is quite warm and wet in terms of rainfall. But if you are in the Western Cape, for example, you'd expect the climate during that period to be drier and very warm. There is evidence, as they've said before, that the climate is changing. More and more of extreme events are taking place all around us. We've seen a number of drought conditions taking place that are becoming much more intense and much more frequent. We've also seen a number of flooding events that are also taking place at a much higher rate and a much higher intensity. And this all around affects different sectors differently. We've also, again, seen a number of fires that are also now taking place in different places. Just to elude one that just happened in the Western Cape as well, which resulted in the damages of one of the UCT properties, which is the library. But how do we know that tomorrow's weather is going to be warm, or it's going to be 2 degrees warmer, or it's going to be raining or not? How do we come up with projections that in the next 10 years or 20 years, the temperature in KZN, for example, will be 2 degrees warmer? We do this by looking at or using what we call global climate models. So these models are used to simulate weather and climate at different locations and over different spatial scales. There are over 40 global climate models internationally. And so, for example, if you are a meteorologist at SOARS, you can use the same models to forecast, for example, rainfall or temperatures in the upcoming week. But whereas if you are a climate scientist, for example, you can use the same models to model the average temperatures or rainfall over a much longer period. So just to take you on the processes that we undergo when we are doing climate modeling. Firstly, we have to understand the climate system itself. We know that the climate system consists of different spheres: the atmosphere, the biosphere, the land surface area and things like that. And all those spheres interact with each other to give us the current climate. What we then do is we divide the Earth surface. So the model divides the Earth surface into boxes. Typically, these boxes are about 200 kilometers by 200 kilometers. And within each box, we look at these different interactions of these spheres. So we try and quantify the processes that are taking place in each and every of these boxes. We quantify them using mathematics, so we try and understand them or translate them using mathematical equations. We then represent them using, using the different mathematical equations. These equations are then translated to different codes that we then use to program computer models. We then use those computer models to either look at weather. So if we are only working at a short-term scale, which is a couple of days, we'll then use that to simulate the weather. If we are looking at a much longer temporal scale, or in terms of maybe seasons or the variation of climate over years or over decades, we can also do that. So generally, what we also have to do is we also have to put initial conditions. We have to define the initial conditions wherever we start. So if we are working within that box, you have to define the initial conditions. So those initial conditions could be the level of CO2 in the atmosphere and all the other gases. So what the model does is that it defines those initial conditions at each and every corner, and then the model moves forward in terms of time, creating new conditions based on the initial ones. So that means that each step becomes the input of the next step or the next day. So if we are, for example, looking at projecting the weather for tomorrow, we'll use the conditions for today to come up with the weather for tomorrow, and so forth and so forth. And that allows us to model for as far as we want into the future. The model simulations are then evaluated against observations. We know that models are not explicit, they are not always correct, so that means we have to see how far is the model doing and how well is it doing in terms of capturing the current climate or the previous climate. We do this by maybe, for example, looking at the mean climate. So is the model able to capture the mean climate in summer in KZN? Is it able to differentiate, for example, that KZN receives rainfall during summer, whereas in the Western Cape, the rains actually come in winter? So is the model able to capture that difference? We also want to see if the model is able to capture the different climatic variability that has been happening over the years. So for example, if we know that in the past couple of years we've experienced drought. So is the model able to capture those drought moments or those heavy rainfall conditions? Thereafter, we are then able to actually simulate into the future. So that can be, for example, looking at the next 3 months, whereby we want to see if the winters are actually going to be warmer or colder than normal. Or we can look as further into the future in terms of maybe we want to see what will happen in the next 10 to 20 years or the next 100 years, depending on the interest. In cases whereby we experience or we have complex landscapes, mountains or coastlines, to have better climate simulations, we rely on what we call downscaling. I'll not go further into explaining this, but it's, we use downscaling to do that, or we use what we call regional climate models. So these ones are better in such a way that their boxes are not 200 by 200 kilometers, but rather they are 50 by 50 kilometers, which allows us to capture the local conditions that may not have been captured by the global climate models. It is also important to note here that in order to run these models, we run them using projected greenhouse gases concentration. So as the greenhouse gases change, how does that affect the climate itself? As I've said before, models are not always right, and there are times whereby they are wrong. But at the moment, there is a great confidence that they are able to produce large-scale mean surface temperatures, and they're also able to generate characteristics of storms and extra tropical cyclones. But when it comes to things like precipitation, they do perform a bit less compared to how they perform for temperature. And also, when we try to understand clouds and convections, we still are struggling with that because the models are not able to capture that very well. So, all in all, what I'm trying to say is that climate models can help us understand the past climate vulnerability. It can also help us manage the weather fluctuations over the upcoming days. So for example, if we see that there is tropical cyclone coming from Mozambique, how will that affect the weather in KZN or in any other parts of the country? So with the models, we are able to track and we are able to plan if maybe certain cities or certain regions will be affected by such things. It also helps us in terms of coming up with long-term adaptation strategies that can both be adaptation or mitigation strategies. And one of the adaptation strategies or mitigation strategies that I am looking at in my PhD is the climate smart agriculture. This is one of the proposed solutions to both climate change and food security. It is actually an integrated approach that promotes the use of agricultural land management measures and agronomic practices that both help farmers to build resilience to adapt to climate change. It can also help farmers mitigate climate change by lowering their greenhouse gases, but at the same time it can help farmers improve their agricultural productions and incomes. There are, so particularly smallholder farmers can benefit from this because it can ensure sustainable production growth while mitigating and adapting to climate change. Nevertheless, though, there are very limited studies that have actually assessed the effectiveness of such climate-smart agricultural practices under varying climatic conditions, especially in the local rainfed smallholder farmers. So my study will use the integration of remote sensing and crop models to model crop and water efficiency using different climate-smart agricultural options as driven by the current climate or the historical climate, as well as the future climate. So we will try to see if under 1 degree warmer or 2 or 3 degrees warmer, what are the climate-smart agricultural practices that farmers can adopt in order to improve their crop productivity or water productivity. Based on the funding that is available, the study will only be taking place in the Eastern Cape, and we will be engaging with rainfed smallholder farmers. Thank you.
So Luleka, I'm sure everybody wants to know why it's limited to the Eastern Cape. Eh?
The problem is the funding. The funding that I have through my supervisor at the moment is only working in the Eastern Cape. So if I get more funding, I can come to KZN again.
So the working team, I think there's a working team on funding allocation, and we do have a graduate development program or graduate program, so we hope that Luleka will soon be in our province as well. Thank you very much, Luleka, for your presentation. Which one is that? Okay. Okay, let's then proceed with speed to the KZN CHG inventory. Togozo Ngubo from the Climate Change Specialist is going to make that presentation. Togozo? And I hope you guys are taking notes so that we'll have a discussion. We'll have 2 discussion allocations after this round of presentations, and then we'll have the second round. Togozo, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Let me start by greeting the Honorable Premier and the entire executive, and also mayors that are present, the council members, Amakosi that are amongst us, and all head of departments, as well as all government officials. My presentation is going to look at the greenhouse gas emission inventory development for the province. Mainly, if we move to the second slide, this project was conceptualized. Okay, this is the outline. Mainly, I'll look at the project conceptualization, as well as the Under 2 coalition partnership that the Honorable Premier touched on earlier on, as well as the rationale behind developing this inventory, the technical support that we have received, and the approach in terms of developing the inventory, as well as the system itself, the greenhouse gas emission inventory system. Then briefly look at the outcomes as well as the projects that are as a follow-up to this inventory. Okay. KwaZulu-Natal is part of the climate group since 2012 and also part of the Under 2 coalition. So in 2017, the Under 2 coalition had a call for member states for projects that are related to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. KwaZulu-Natal made a submission for this project, and we were successful. So it was KwaZulu-Natal together with other states from Mexico and India that were considered for this project. And then those are the partners that we worked with, Ricardo Energy, Italy, and the CDP, as well as the GSG Management Institution. The project entails technical support for the province, where we were going to be guided in developing the inventory technically. So they were going to give us the capacity building in terms of this project. Maybe one will ask, why do we need an inventory as KwaZulu-Natal? We know that National has been developing the national greenhouse gas emission since 1990. It does give a picture in terms of the activities and sources of greenhouse gases. But as a province, we need to zoom in and scale down to be able to see activities that are mainly contributing to the emissions at a province scale, so that we can be able to set provincial targets that are aligned to the national targets in terms of reducing the emissions. So mainly the rationale or the motivation for us developing this inventory was mainly to be able to develop an action plan towards reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. As our Chief Director alluded to this, that we have a plan for the province that is more adaptation focused. So we want to bring in the mitigation angle into this plan so that we have a balanced response for the province. And also, it is very important to have this inventory so that we can be able to identify the sectors, as I have said, and then we can be able to set our targets and also look at the opportunities that we can get from that. So this is the picture that will give you an idea of activities that we have in the province, economically driven activities that tend to rely mainly on fossil fuels, as a result contribute to greenhouse gases. Mainly, as the Honorable Premier stated in his speech, you have this industrialized district like Amajuba, where there's dense economic activities, Richards Bay, eThekwini, and Umgungundlovu, which are contributing in terms of the emissions that come as a result of burning fossil fuels and then carbon dioxide as a result. But there are other activities from other sectors beside industrial processes and product use. The utilization of energy happens almost in all the districts in the province. So there are emissions that are associated with that. There's also emissions that come from the waste sector. We do have landfill sites where waste disposal happens across the province. So there are emissions that will come from that sector. And also the agricultural activities, there are emissions that are associated with that. When one looks at livestock management, and there are also emissions that are associated with the forestry as well as the land use. So basically, I'm saying we cannot only focus on the industrialized district, but there are emissions that will be coming from other activities in all the other districts within the province. So what are we tracking? We're looking at these anthropogenic greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide being the main one, followed by the methane, which happens to be more potent than carbon dioxide, as well as the nitrous oxide. So here is just to show the activities that are associated with the gases. As you can see, carbon dioxide mainly associated with combustion of fuels, different fuels, and then methane mainly from the waste and agricultural activities. The same with nitrous oxide coming from agricultural activities, mainly with the livestock and manure management. So in terms of the technical support that we've received from Under 2 Coalition, they've worked with us throughout the project from the onset, taking us from planning, data collection, and as well as now doing the actual work, doing the estimations. We had a plan, a roadmap in terms of the timelines for the project. It ran from August 2019, and then it finalized in November 2020. Although COVID did affect the work, but we were able to continue virtually with that support. So this is giving the kind of support and the workshops that they came to the country to give us that support, and also webinars to guide us. So this is the first workshop that we had, which was mainly stock taking, multi-stakeholders, where we were sort of putting up the roadmap, as well as constituting the core team, and then looking as well as at the project approach. Now, in terms of setting the boundaries and also deciding which sectors to focus on. As you will know, the IPCC looks at 4 sectors as contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. That will be the energy sector, industrial processes and product use, waste, as well as AFOLU, which is agriculture, forest, and land use. But we had to make a decision as the province on which sectors do we focus on. And as a result, we decided to focus on 3 sectors, which is energy, waste, and agriculture. Mainly it was because we were looking at issues of capacity that we have, as well as the data availability. So we focus on 3 as first priority, and then going forward, we will look at the other sectors that we did not make part of the inventory. The boundaries, we're looking at the entire province, and the time series is 2008 to 2018. That was also motivated by the data that is available. So we went as far as 2018, 2019, and 2020, not enough data for us to start working on that. Now, the data gathering relied on intergovernmental relations. So we had to go and approach provincial and national governments, the government departments for data, mainly statistical data. And we are still going to continue approaching other departments as we continue to update the inventory. So this is one area that we need to highlight, that we might need to have a memorandum of understanding with other departments in the province so that we can be able to access the data and then be able to upgrade the inventory that we have currently. Now, this is to highlight the importance of storing whatever information that we have been working on, starting from the data that we've gathered and sorted according to sectors. It is stored centrally, mainly to ensure institutional memory. Should Ntokozo leave the department tomorrow, all this work that has been done will be in a central system within the department so that colleagues who take over will be able to take the work forward. So this is mainly starting with raw data, and then we had to refine it because the one that we will get at a national level will be for all provinces. So you have to sift the provincial, the KZN province data, and then allocate that in terms of sectors. So all that work that we are doing, we are storing it centrally, because for this work it is important to have that record so that anyone who continues with the work knows where you started and where you ended, and then they can continue. So this is just an example of what is entailed in doing the emissions. I've just sampled the agriculture sector, where we were looking at mainly manure management as well as enteric fermentation. So that is looking at the livestock droppings, and then that is the simple formula that you use to calculate the emissions. Mainly here it will be the methane emissions. But now this is the system that we had to develop, an Excel-based system where we did the calculations. We take the data that we collected into the system and then create formulas taking from the IPCC guidelines, and then the system, you set it in such a way that it calculates for you the emissions. This we've done for all the 3 sectors. And then at the ultimate end, then you will be able to make these analyses a sample of the energy fuel combustion estimations for the year 2018. From the analysis, it shows that diesel is the main fuel that contributed in terms of the emissions in the province, followed by the LPG, and then paraffin, and the rest of the others. And then from there, we were able to assess in terms of LPG, which between commercial and residential, which one is contributing more, and mainly the residential is the one that contributed more in the province. So these analyses are starting now to give us an idea as the province, if we want to plan and have projects in place that are geared towards reducing the emissions. It is now this analysis that will provide us with that information, and then we will be able to start looking at the project. So here I'm looking at the possible project for each sectors, different sectors that will be geared towards, yes, that are geared towards the reducing the emissions. On my last slide, these are the projects that, as the department, we will be focusing on. From the inventory, energy is the main sector that is contributing into the emissions. And this is in line with what is at national. At national, the energy sector is the one that contributes more. So as a priority for us this year, we will be looking at the first project is the biogas generation technology for households, where we're looking at producing biogas on a very small scale for households, mainly for cooking and water heating. And the other one will be green buildings, where we're looking at increasing efficiency within building, efficiency use of resources like energy, water, and other materials. So from this project, then a few years to come, we will be able to go back to the inventory and see their contribution in terms of reducing the emissions. So that is mainly my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are heading towards a new baseline. The question I want you to answer is when we will get the first indication of a baseline?
Yeah, the preliminary report is already there, but we are engaging our national ME so that they can assist us with reviewing the work. So that we are sure that when we publish it, we publish something that has been quality assured by our national colleagues. So let me avoid putting the timeline, but I will say very soon.
Okay.
Yes.
You make a good politician, eh? But I think the point here is that we are working towards a baseline from which we will all start being measured and monitored and measured. I hope, again, you're all taking notes from the first presentation. We will go into discussion just now. And just to provoke you as well, I think one of the things she spoke about was about sewage systems, I think. So I hope Ugu District Municipality and Tugela are here to say what they are doing, because they've been making the news in recent weeks on sewage issues. I'm hoping Msunduzi Municipality is here to say how they are managing their landfill sites. And of course, there are also exciting things about recycling projects and recycling to energy and so on. So I think the purpose of the council is to stimulate interest and action, more importantly, in our various municipalities. I understand that we are now organized, but and we can go back to Professor Modi. Is Professor Modi here? Professor Modi is here, and I think they are loaded. So I hope we won't have an issue. You can move, Professor Modi. It's my pleasure to invite you to make your presentation. Unfortunately, I now have to resort to recording the time, 12:47. You're starting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Pillay. It's good to see you again. You probably don't remember when you saw me last. Let me greet the Honorable Premier, the MECs, the mayors and councillors, Makosi, HODs, the senior management from the provincial, district, and local governments. I would like to express my thanks to the officials of EDTA. They've been running around trying to capture us. I don't see my presentation. Can I have it? I promise you I'm going to try as much as possible to finish in 10 minutes. It's been a long time since I spoke in front of people because of COVID. You know, we are using Zoom even to teach at university. I come from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, from the Center for Transformative Agricultural and Food Systems, which is a relatively new center at the university. We got to have this project as a result of partnerships. Can you show me how to move? Sorry, I'm trying to move the slides. Oh, sorry. I think it's very important that I give people some background. The chief director was very good in summarizing all the projects. And this is one of the projects that she was referring to, where we got funding internationally, and we have a leader, but the project implementation is happening in one municipality. We want to create a template that will be used across the province. So I'm showing you the time scale. We were supposed to be finished last year into this year, but the funder has extended it to next year. It's very important also that I highlight the background to the project, and these are the things that we highlighted when you applied for the project. I think Madlamini, I don't see her now, did a very good job as a PhD student to interlink these factors that are related to climate change. In particular, as far as the municipality where we are, we identified some vulnerabilities, and these vulnerabilities are also confirmed by Stats South Africa. It is particularly important to emphasize that youth and females are particularly affected by these vulnerabilities. Research shows that within 25 to 50 years, South Africa's production capacity in agriculture is going to reduce. In 50 years' time, we will only be able to produce 50% of what we're able to produce. So if we do not begin now to be activists, we are going to be left behind. So we came up with this project focusing on the greater Umgeni catchment, and I'm going to be highlighting some of the directions as well as current outputs. The major focus has been on agriculture and water relations in this catchment. Of course, I don't want to spend too much of your time. I know that there are only certain MECs who think that this meeting is affecting them, but climate change is a cross-cutting factor. If you've got climate disaster, you will affect tourism, you'll affect transport, you'll affect education, environment, and health. While there are many of them, our objective focused on reducing the vulnerability and increase the resilience in the selected municipalities. And we thought we were going to do this by capacitating people. We believe and we are sure that the capacitation is actually going to continue after this project. We are focusing on the practical aspects, but our aim is to influence policy at all levels. We selected the sites after consultation, and our sites were based on what is happening in the catchment, as well as what is happening in the province. Of course, we'll be collecting data in only one area of the province. But the areas that are transformed, and transformed in this case means that you are no longer natural, you've been changed as a result of climate change, are the ones that we targeted. It is such a pity that many of these areas are the areas where people live, and in some instances, people do not have an option, but they have got to stick around in those areas. So we have to come up with solutions. We used science. Madlamini showed you some of the science aspects that are used in this field as part of her PhD. I worked with my student, who is now a professor. Professor Mabauti is not here. He was supposed to be here. And a group of students in my group, and we used technology to map KwaZulu-Natal. I'm aware of the, and considerate of the audience, so I'm not going to be sharing with you some technicalities, but our evidence is actually based on both what the stakeholders say as well as science. We selected a number of wards in the catchment. This is just a map of the area where we were working and identification of the wards where we worked. And our project was divided into 4 major components. I highlight them there as components 1 to 4, and you can see, again, remember the presentation that was done by the Chief Director, the early warning systems, the climate-proof settlements, climate resilient agriculture and capacity building and learning. Please also remember, as I conclude, whether or not I am touching on these when I talk about the outputs as far as the project is concerned at this stage. The early warning systems required a lot of work in terms of the technicalities. Fortunately, the University of KwaZulu-Natal is one of the top universities in South Africa and the world. We don't only rely on the people who are found in our university, we also work with partners in Asia and Europe. So we were able to simplify it, because my culture is that you must simplify things so that unkosi ukudumisa nonkosi umkhize uma ekubuza ukuthi yini lenzeka lapha esikoleni mawufika naye esikoleni umkhombise ukuthi inkosi igcumisa lezi zinto uzibona lana zenza ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi. So it was quite a task for my students to simplify things so that people on the ground can understand them. Hence, our work was actually ward-based. It was integrated early warning systems where we were looking at floods, fires, agrometeorology, as well as other community-related aspects that are related to agriculture. I'm highlighting with speed some of the outputs that were expected. I will highlight a summary of what has actually happened in each one of the components. So the early warning system was the major thing for component 1, and we had to do this through partnership agreements. And we relied on engineering solutions, ecological solutions, and we then aimed and succeeded to come up with some climate-proof settlement considerations. These take time, and they need to be integrated from the perspective of the household all the way to the perspective of the management by the municipality, hence the emphasis on policy there. As far as component 2 is concerned, we looked at the number of rural structures that have got strengthened climate resilience as an indicator of our performance. So our work has been largely in the rural areas. You can see in the last column there, we indicate the number of houses and the number of hectares that are going to be targeted. With respect to climate resilient agriculture, it was expected by the funder that we build climate resilient farming methodologies. Now, we come from the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science. Now, agriculture is one of those areas that even the leadership, the political leadership, doesn't appreciate as a major component of the GDP. We are very fortunate that this project allows us to work on agriculture as well. But the new thing that we're doing in our university, particularly in our center, is the focus on indigenous knowledge systems. People are waking up now that we've got COVID-19 to the importance of indigenous knowledge systems as far as medicine is concerned. Indigenous knowledge systems are particularly important in agriculture as well, and it is so unfortunate that our people have left behind many of the resilient varieties of crops, and we as scientists focused mainly on what is produced in North America and Europe. As a consequence of that, there is a great failure in agriculture in South Africa. So subsistence farming is actually seen as a perpetuation of poverty, and those people who are participating in subsistence farming are seen to be people who are sort of forgotten. We know that their end is coming. Everybody wants 100 hectares of land. But go to the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, it's small-scale farming, very successful. They buy inputs in agriculture, and they transform these into things that they sell to us. They take our avocado, our grapes, our oranges, and they sell back to us at high prices. Can we identify amadumbe, izindlubu, imbumba, imfe, and transform them as crops that will be resilient to climate change so that we can come up with new products that are derived from these crops? That requires activism in universities. The third component focused on the increase in the yields and climate resilient farms. We've been very successful in doing that, but particularly working with people in the rural areas. So as I'm going to the end, MEC, we are very proud to say that if you go to the areas where we work, you will find community champions, and you will find committees that understand the meaning of climate change, even though some of them have actually not been to high school, but they will tell you about the concept of climate change. We work with schools where we introduce the basic sciences, because also as a university, we want to attract students who are coming from the deep rural areas. We want them to study science and technology. One of my responsibilities as a Deputy Vice Chancellor is to make sure that the best professor of South Africa is going to come from Emabomvini in the deep rural areas. So we work with these students and their fathers and mothers. So we are hoping that what we have produced as KwaZulu-Natal and the municipality is not only going to contribute to changing lives of the people in terms of educating them on the ground and creating opportunities for master's and PhD studies. You had a student here from UCT. She's doing a study that is very similar to a study that is happening at UKZN using the same models as I said. But as I indicated at the beginning of my presentation, we want to come up with a template, something that can be used not only by the province, it can also be used by the nation in Southern Africa. I've got a highlight, MEC, of the achievements to date. I hope people can glance through them and identify some of the things that can be connected to what I said. You can see we're indicating the areas of change as well as the people who are affected in terms of our achievements. But as I indicated, 803 farmers is something that we're very proud of. And as a consequence of this, we applied for another project, and I'm busy convincing the province, the districts and municipalities to join me in establishing the KwaZulu-Natal Small-Scale Agriculture Association that is going to be successful. And we got results from working with the people on the ground. We are very proud to say that some of the lessons that came from our projects were seen to be useful by other provinces. For example, we are working with Limpopo, and as a consequence of that, the director nationally is now looking to use us as a university as well as the district, the municipality, to start national projects. I want to emphasize the goal of URP. We want to produce communities that are able to continuously adapt to ever-changing weather patterns and emerge stronger and more resilient. It is happening already in other countries. I cannot overemphasize, MEC, what I said at the beginning. The activism of young people at universities must be defined by the new era. We've got challenges of climate change, challenges of diseases, and so on. So we want our governments to ask our universities in each province, what is it that we are doing to make our young people very active? Currently, I'm finalizing, this is my very last slide. As a consequence of this, we are part of the Southern African Partnership. And we want to apply for more funding to be part of this partnership. These are projects that are happening in Southern Africa. 2 weeks ago, the president of Tanzania opened MEC, exactly like you are doing one of these major projects, and we are coming together as scientists on the 18th to come up with a new plan for global partnerships in Southern Africa. I'd like to thank you very much. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngesikhathi senu.
I'm sure Professor deserves a very much louder round of applause than that. He exceeded his time allocation by 5 minutes. He was given 10, he took 15. But I think for the message about activism in the universities, for that alone, I think the extra 5 minutes was worth it. But Prof, I think we've been saying, and I know the Premier was nodding his head enthusiastically as you spoke, we've been saying for some time that we need to close the gap between government and the universities and the intelligentsia generally. So we look forward to you as a strong partner in achieving that objective outside the specifics of your work, which in itself is quite exciting. I'm sure MEC, I think she had to leave, but MEC Stole Molloy and HOD Sibande, at some point in the economic cluster, you'll give us a report on these 803 farmers and the 504 hectares where this work was done, so we can have a constant evaluation ourselves as well. Thank you very much, Professor, for that. I think you're taking us to where we want to be with this climate council. Colleagues, we're going to appeal to you to just bear with us. You know, we had the option of breaking and then reconvening. We're going to push till the end, and I hope you will be able to manage. The next presentation now is going to be by Professor Thokozani Majozi from Wits University, from the School of Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering. He's also the board chair for the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research. Professor Majozi, you are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, MEC, Premier, MECs that are all here, and the entire executive and provincial leadership, all protocol observed. Morning to everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. This is about the second time I'm invited here. I remember I came the other time. It's becoming my second home, I guess. But I come from KwaZulu-Natal in any event. I was born here, spent most of my time here, so it's always good to be back home. I must say that the intention was not to have a presentation this morning. The intention was just to stir up a discussion around some of the issues that are really pertinent to climate change. And I hope that I'll be able to take us back in terms of time. But given that the program director is so lenient, I'm sure that you'll also give me another 5 minutes. I've just seen the president. But I'll try to stick to time. Look, we wouldn't be here today if tomorrow or yesterday, if someone had come up with a magic solution, what I call the ultimate energy resource. If someone could come up with an energy resource that was environmentally sustainable, available at all times when we need it, in other words, not available at its own time, and it's also affordable, in other words, not the privilege of the few. If someone could come up with any resource of that kind, we wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be a need for us to meet here. That will be the ultimate solution. But unfortunately, there isn't such a thing. In fact, if you hear a conversation around nuclear, the environmental sustainability around nuclear is very, very questionable for a number of reasons. I'm not going to get into that. Coal is readily available. Coal is affordable in terms of cost, but the environmental issues around coal, we all know about that. You can name any other energy resource other than the renewables. The renewables themselves, by the way, whilst there is a good environmental sustainability that is associated with them, there is an issue of affordability. Now we can bring the cost down in most of these renewables, like solar, for example. The cost is now very comparable to some of the fossil fuels. But the issue of availability is still something that we haven't fully solved, even with the batteries, because there's a lifetime for storage. You can't store energy forever. You'll have to allow me to take off the mask. All right, so we don't have an energy resource that can give us this solution. And for as long as we don't have this, our discussions will always continue. And then if we come closer to home, looking at South Africa now and the continent, I decided to leave out the world. There are energy initiatives all over the world. I'm just focusing on the continent deliberately here because other places in the world like Europe, even America now to some extent, the Far East, are doing something in terms, tangible initiatives in terms of interventions, in terms of energy optimization, in terms of climate change or climate impact mitigation. For example, the issues of hydrogen initiatives that are going on in Australia, in Europe, you are aware of that. The renewables agenda in terms of wind and solar is big in Europe. But Africa is left behind in many ways. Africa is still behind. And what I have here is just the African countries that are the major emitters of carbon dioxide. We are right on top, South Africa. At some point, we were followed by Libya, but then a lot happened in Libya in the last few years, and the economic growth has slowed down a bit. South Africa now remains right on top in terms of CO2 emissions. We've got about, and most of that, by the way, that CO2 comes from power generation or electricity. We've got about 60 at most, 60 gigawatt of electricity that we generate on the continent, coming from about, say, 35 of these power plants. 22 of those are here in South Africa, at most. So you can then realize that South Africa is the major CO2 producer. In fact, we produce about 40 gigawatts of that 60. So that's a major contribution in terms of CO2 emissions. And that overall is about 30% of the energy requirements on the continent. Now, coal, as we know, is the most carbon intensive. We have to find a replacement for coal. And those of us here who perhaps are very close to coal for a number of reasons, I've heard people talking about clean coal technology, saying that we have enough coal that we can use for many years. So why do we stop using coal? That's the argument that is put for coal. There is no such thing as clean coal technology. You can cite me on that and say that Prof. Majosa said there is no such thing as clean coal technology. Because to clean coal, you need to produce waste. To clean coal, you need energy. And so that does not actually clean your coal in any way. So what is termed clean coal technology is a sulfur-free or nitrogen-free carbon. But to remove that nitrogen or to remove that sulfur, you need to put in energy. So there isn't actually something known as clean coal technology. So coal, in my opinion, we have to think very seriously about it. We have a lot of coal in abundance, but when people put that argument, I always remind people that there was once a time when we were caught up in what is called Stone Age. We did not move beyond the Stone Age because we ran out of stone. We moved beyond the Stone Age because there were better technologies. We still have stone today. So we are not going to wait for coal to come to its end before we move over coal. That will be a very silly move or a silly way to address the issues of climate change. I'm not saying much about coal. For those of us who love coal, let's think about coal. I think we must really find ways of generating energy beyond just coal. It's not going to be tomorrow, of course, but this is the time, if it wasn't yesterday, to start thinking about alternatives. If you look at South Africa now specifically, I'm driving to where my expertise is in the group that we work in at Wits University, looking at the energy use now by sector in that slide. The major energy user in South Africa is industry. And in most instances, that should be the chemicals industry. Or the refineries, for example. Those are the major energy users. And I can say this because it's now in the public domain, that if you think about Sasol, for example, it's one of the major emitters of CO2 because of the technology that is used there. And Sasol was constructed at a time when issues of climate change were not really big in our discussions. It is now a different story altogether, and I'm aware that there are a lot of discussions going on. I work very closely with that entity in particular to look at ways of reducing CO2. At some point, I was the engineer, actually, for a long time at Sasol before I joined academia, and one of my assignments was coming up with new designs that would limit CO2 production. I'm going to give you one of the examples directly from Sasol in this presentation. So if we really want to make significant impact, that would be immediate. When I say immediate, I'm talking about maybe the next generation. We have to think seriously about going to industries, find ways of working with industries to reduce the amount of CO2 that they produce. This can only get a buy-in from industry if it can be achieved without lowering the throughput. The Premier said in the opening address this morning that we're not saying people must not grow, but they must grow responsibly. And we know there is an answer to that, and the answer is yes, it can be done. Because in other countries, it is already happening. The technology that I'm going to talk about here, I'm not going to get into the details because I think Ms. Dlamini gave us some equations, by the way, this morning, so I'm not going to give you any equations this morning. But the technology is there to do this. In other countries, it's already applicable. So what I'm going to talk about here is not really something that is pie in the sky. It's something that people are already doing. I want to share with you, when we say that industries use a lot of energy, what do we mean really? Most of the coal that you see going to industry goes to generation of steam, as you can see there. So coal become your source of energy. To have steam like you know at home when you make your own tea, to have steam you have to have water. So even in industry it's the same thing. So we have what we call the boiler feed water. The boilers are like our kettle at home from which we get steam. So you boil your water, you get steam that you take to the processes. In most instances that does not happen without cooling water. So steam takes energy into the process because some of the operations require temperatures to be elevated, but also some of the operations require temperatures to be reduced, and for that you'll need cooling water. And that's where the nexus comes from. You would hardly find a conversation that is complete without the inclusion of water where energy is concerned, and vice versa. In order to have water, we need a lot of energy. In order to have energy, we need water. That marriage tends to break down when we talk about the renewables, because with renewables, yes, you can have solar without water. It's true, you can have wind without water. But in most instances, particularly when you're still within the fossil fuel domain, it is virtually impossible to have a complete conversation on either energy or water without mentioning the two, because they're always very related. So cooling water will be there. And by the way, if I could, I don't know if I can point. Yeah, so you guys are at an advantage because I don't think it shows the side. But in any event, you can see here, that is basically the water that we lose. We don't recover that water. And I must give context to this. South Africa is one of the driest countries in the world. Actually, we rank in the top 30 driest countries in the world. There are about 194 countries in the world. So definitely that should tell you something. We have to save our water. So we lose that water. In most instances, we don't recover it. Why? Because we have to produce energy. So there is the energy steam. In most instances, that is conserved because it always comes back to the boiler. But that we don't recover, and all the time we have to make up some of the water that is lost. So that's the water intake over there, and that is the energy intake. And that is where we produce the CO2. Now, what this slide tells you really is if we can reduce the amount of steam that is required in those operations, we definitely can reduce the amount of CO2. And the question is, can we reduce that amount of steam without impacting negatively on the throughput in those operations? And the answer is yes, we can do that. I've got a simple example here. I did this last time when I was invited here at MEC. You'll have to forgive me because I did this. The intention is not to give you a lecture in chemical engineering. I don't want you to know the details of what sits before you, but this is one of the sections in a refinery. So what you have there is that column that you see there is a distillation column. That's what gives you your petrol, for example, and your jet fuel. Something similar to that. The R1 and R2 that you see there are your reactors that you have in the plant. It could be alkylation, it could be isomerization. You need those operations there. And in this instance, without knowing the details of what lies in front of you, you can at least see that I've got some red lines there, and I've got some blue lines there. In the past, when I talk about water, the red lines would be your contaminated streams and your blue lines would be your lean streams or your clean streams. In this context, because it's temperature or heat that is involved, the red lines are your hot streams and your blue lines are your cold streams. So you can see the analogy between the two. Now, initially, we have a plant that is what you see on your left-hand side. This is how the plant looks like. When the chief director mentioned in the morning that as part of the climate change action plan, we are going to be taking the data, visiting the plants, and then determining how much should actually be used in order to meet the targets. The question that came to my mind was how to set the targets, for example. This is the best way of doing it. And this is what is called pinch technology, which was, of course, invented in the late 1980s during the energy embargo. Most of the refineries in the world do this. They already apply this. So when you have a plant that looks like what you see on the left-hand side, you can actually determine, if all the information is given, you can determine how much that plant should actually be using compared to where it is at the moment. For example, in this case, you've got a situation, I've just put an arrow there, the blue arrow is telling you how much that plant is using. It's using at the moment 1.2 gigawatt of heat. And that heat invariably would be coming from steam in refineries in most instances. We seldom ever use hot oil in refineries. So that should be steam, and because of its energy content. So if you say you're using 1.2 gigawatt, can I be in a position to tell you what actually you ought to be using and also demonstrate how you can achieve that? So you can see here, in this case, you've now isolated all the information. That's what you do first. Isolate all the red streams and the hot streams. You reduce that into the data that looks more like you, and ultimately, that is how that plant is supposed to be designed. So that plant, which is currently using 1.2 gigawatt, can actually get by with only 960 megawatt. A gigawatt is just that megawatt multiplied by 1,000. So that's about 960 megawatt, which is about 20% reduction in energy use. So with that reduction in energy use, you have reduction in CO2 production. So this can be done. So now that's the target. You not only set the target, but you also demonstrate how the plant would be designed in order to meet that target. There are other developments now that we hear in terms of climate change, like your carbon capture and storage. That is still very much at its very infantile stage. I don't think that there's a lot of maturity there. This is for a number of reasons. It is energy intensive, first of all, and also we don't fully understand the long-term effect on the geological formations. What this says really is that you would have to sequestrate that CO2, that flue gas that I showed you, which is CO2, the NOx and the SOx. You sequestrate that, or you separate it into CO2 that you take down into the ocean, and then the rest you can dispose as your gas emissions. But we don't know really the long-term effect of that CO2 in the geological formations. And the argument that people are putting forth in that regard is that we've got two oceans already, because you need an ocean around you in order to do this. So we can perhaps get by with this. I'll be closing now, MEC, and then the last I'll be closing now. And then the last option, which we seldom ever talk about, is hydrogen. If you haven't done this, please do yourself a favor, and maybe even if you have Googled now, because information is at our fingertips, just start reading about hydrogen. I'm of the view that the next revolutionary in terms of in terms of energy will be hydrogen. It's not going to be coal, it's not going to be nuclear, it's not going to be even renewables. The thing is, the only problem we have now with hydrogen is that we can't contain it because it's such a small molecule. So to contain it and transport it is the issue. But hydrogen, in my opinion, holds the solution for the future. So if we want green economy, we must think about hydrogen. What you see there is green hydrogen as an energy resource. We can use electrolysis, so you see water there, which we split into hydrogen and oxygen, that goes into the fuel cell. When you react that hydrogen and oxygen, you generate energy, which is your power. You can use that power. It's clean power. The only byproduct is water. Clean water, by the way. You only have to add ions there and drink it. That's all. You generate only. So if that energy for separating the water molecule came from, say, renewables like solar, which we can do, that's green energy. There's no carbon there whatsoever. And that, in my opinion, is the future. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Apologies for having to put you under time pressure. I think this is just the inaugural meeting of the reconstituted Climate Council, so the real work is going to flow, and I'm sure that the kind of subject matters you raise will form an important part of that work, and I'm sure there'll be ongoing and engagement. Certainly exciting possibilities with regard to hydrogen, as you have mentioned, and we'll need to keep abreast. The Premier is very, very anxious all the time to say, are we futuristic in our thinking? Are we, up there, not just stagnant and satisfied with what we have? I think you have stimulated that thought in a very nice way, Prof. Thank you very much. I think, although I have a program and I was directed by my commanders, I'm going to use my own discretion and go to Mr. Steve Nichols, who's the National Business Initiative Head of Environmental Sustainability. He's joining us virtually. I was assured that it will be a seamless connection. And can we get an indication? I suppose I will see him on the screen. He has joined some time ago.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nichols, Steve Nichols. Welcome, and over to you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Just quickly going to share my presentation. Can you see that okay? Okay, I'm going to assume you can see it fine.
Right, I think we are on track now.
All right, good, thank you. Greetings, Premier, MECs, mayors and councillors and esteemed colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm going to give a business perspective. It's not necessarily the view of business as a whole, but the NBI is a membership-based organization. We have about 100 member companies. It's most of South Africa's big corporates. So I guess I speak from their perspective largely. I guess our key point around climate change is that climate change is both a physical and an economic risk. And we have mostly talked about it as a physical risk, and Prof. Majosi spoke about a little bit of the economic risk. That'll be the predominant focus of my discussion today. And really what we need to do is understand what that risk is, how do we turn it into opportunity, what specific study is needed in order to do that. We need to identify the specific investment opportunities that drive competitiveness as well as minimizing inequality, poverty, and unemployment. And the big realization is we cannot do this alone. We have to do it working with others in collaboration and focusing on the system as a whole. And in addition to that, we need to think about international support in both finance and trade. And I'll detail each of these points as we go through relatively quickly. So our starting point is the science. The climate change scientific community is asking us to stay below 1.5 degrees. The difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees, although it seems small on the face of it, is significant in its impacts. And so you have significant more people living in poverty, you have significantly higher impacts on environments and economies. And the science is such that to stay below 1.5 degrees, we need to be net carbon neutral by 2050. The importance of the science is how it flows down into policy from an economic perspective. And so these are the countries that have committed to net zero by 2050. And you will see that it's quite a number of countries. And they have committed to moving to net zero and therefore are investing in low carbon infrastructure, be it physical infrastructure, market infrastructure, or policy infrastructure. And they're not going to walk back from that. They're going to defend that investment predominantly through trade. And so if we think about those same committed countries stacked up against our trade, these are our international trading partners by volume. And you can see that the bulk of our trading partners have committed to net zero by 2050, except for China, who have committed to net zero by 2060. And some of these trading partners, the European Union in particular, have committed to implementing border tariff adjustments by 2023. And the countries that will be most impacted by those border tariff adjustments are those that do not have a credible climate plan in place, and therefore, the EU will feel the need to do so. This picture is even more stark if we look at the impacts on trade via our commodities. So this is South Africa's balance of payments. The things above the line are the things that we sell in order to earn foreign currency. And we use that foreign currency to do two things: import liquid fuels predominantly to help run our economy, but also manage debt. And it's those debt repayments that are really important, particularly in a post-COVID context. So South Africa's debt to GDP ratio is over 80%, and we have significantly high debt repayments or debt servicing costs. And so if we look at those commodities in particular, we've got platinum group metals, coal, iron ore, gold, ferroalloys, and the internal combustion engine as our sort of six highest earners. But it doesn't really matter how far down the list you go. This is probably not a portfolio you would choose if you were looking for a climate-friendly portfolio. A third of platinum group metal demand comes from the autocatalytic converter, which is used in the internal combustion engine. So export earners 1 in 6 are vulnerable to changes in global markets on internal combustion engines and cars. And obviously that's a big export of South Africa's, predominantly going through KZN ports. And so that's a significant risk to us. We think that the last internal combustion engine will be made between 2030 and 2035. So these are very near-term risks, economic risks being driven by climate change. And the same logic applies to coal. We don't see coal being in the economy after 2050. Iron ore, gold, and ferroalloys, also big KZN commodities from an export perspective, depend on two things: net zero technologies and also very low energy costs. So the decisions we make around South Africa's business landscape, export landscape, and finance landscape, as well as infrastructure, are really, really critical. So we talk about making these decisions now. We have to think about avoiding infrastructure that locks in long-term competitiveness. So for example, building more coal would lock in uncompetitive energy prices. We need to recognize global shifts in commodity pools, or value pools rather. So for example, internal combustion engine down, electric vehicle up, potentially coal down, and copper up. And so starting to understand these in the KZN regional context, what are the value pools that will be diminished by climate change, trade, and policy, and what will be enhanced? And how do we therefore play to our strengths, invest in our skills and our technologies, and put our capital in the right places? And then critically, we need to pursue green sources of funding and preferential trade agreements. So it's not possible necessarily for South Africa's corporate and private and public balance sheets to absorb the level of investment we need. And so we're going to have to look to some of our international partners for additional support. So the NBI has been doing this at a national level, looking at what will it take to decarbonize each sector of the economy to net zero. This is the detail, just as an illustration of the work we've done in energy systems, where we look at renewables dominant, coal dominant, and nuclear dominant energy systems, right down to the implementation detail of what kind of capex and emissions and employment profiles will those energy systems generate. And it is clear that renewable energy dominant systems are the cheapest, the lowest emissions, and the least risk. And so how then does the province respond to that national incentives to build these renewable energy systems? It does have some gas peaking support, they call it. And so there's an opportunity for gas infrastructure, particularly around Mhluzi and Richards Bay. So also additional opportunities for hydrogen. So hydrogen is a big export fuel potential, and there's opportunities for green iron. There are all sorts of opportunities that arise around these transitions. But the key really is that we need to do the work to understand at this national level, but also at regional levels, what these opportunities are. And that, of course, in South Africa needs to fit into the concept of just transition. It's been mentioned a couple of times. Part of that just transition is about global support, but another part is how do we understand these shifts and these changes in terms of of socioeconomic impacts regionally and locally. So in KZN, obviously a big risk is decline of refining, crude oil refining, and decline of motor vehicle manufacturing if we don't manage the incentives right to switch to electric vehicles, and of course the commodities that are flowing through your two big export ports. And we need to think about this just transition, not just around jobs and skills that we're used to. We need to think about this in a more ambitious way to address some of the underlying challenges within South Africa. So we need to think about social welfare. We need to think about geographic and cultural dislocation. We need to think about inclusion, particularly of marginalized groups. We need to think about ownership. How do we transfer capital in the process of funding these operations? And we need to think about quality of work and service delivery. So conceptually, you will have a labor force of today that has a certain mix of permanent, highly skilled, high income, and unemployed people. And we want to apply a whole suite of key enablers. So this is on top of the economic opportunity of the infrastructure investment. We need to think about how do we reskill. Do we use early retirement and social welfare to take care of older workers that might lose their jobs due to the transition? How do we create investments in particular parts of our region in order to stimulate employment where employment might be lost? And we use this kind of suite of enablers, we call it, and hopefully we will have a future workforce that has more permanent, more highly skilled, more high income people and far lower levels of unemployment. And so this is kind of how we're conceptualizing how we'll do it. So we need to work out what we do, where we need to invest, what kind of industries, but then we also need to focus on these just transition issues. And if we do that right, then we will have a much more solid sense of where we need investment, and we can approach the international finance community for additional green finance. There's up to 83 billion in additional dedicated green finance available around the world. We need to think about skills development programs and partnerships locally and internationally. And then critically, we need to think about long-term trade agreements that also help mitigate the risk of some of these investments. So just as an overview of the kinds of sort of process that we think about within the National Business Initiative, how do we understand this risk and opportunity? How do we define where that investment is needed? What finance and enabling environment is needed? So there will also be a need for some policy support and some local academic support. And then finally, let's actually start putting implementation projects together that helps us start making developmental gains and also enhance our long-term competitiveness. Just the last point worth thinking about is COP26. So the climate change negotiations at the end of this year, assuming they happen at the end of this year, is a really good opportunity for us to start pitching some of those opportunities. So to position South Africa as an investment destination and start, if we can identify 2 or 3 key big opportunities in the region within KZN, and take that to international policymakers and international financiers at COP, and hopefully start driving activity in the province. Very quick overview, happy to engage more, happy also to present perhaps at future meetings on the detail of our transition pathways and the kinds of opportunities that are arising there. But just to conclude, to say climate change is both an economic and physical risk. The economic risk is significant, but if we're prudent and we work quickly, we can turn that into also significant opportunity that helps create opportunities for further employment and reducing inequality and poverty. So thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nichols. To say that for the National Business Initiative, and you've given us important pointers for our work, and what you're basically also saying is that our readiness in this field becomes a competitive issue in terms of attracting investment, and we need to work towards it. I thought it was fascinating, the slide on a vision of the 2050 labor force. What will the 2050 labor force look like, and will we do things to influence it now, or we will find ourselves quite wanting at that point in time? And then the issues around whether the net zero target by 2030 would be achievable, and then hydrogen again is becoming a repeated theme from many speakers, so I'm sure that's going to find expression in our work going forward. And then perhaps the one which we really got to grapple with is the nitty-gritty of the just transition, and and how we able to implement that. But thank you, Steve. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nichols. I think you've given us very important direction. Now, what I want to do in terms of managing time, I want to open up for the first round of discussion on all the presentations that have been made. I will have a short second round after the last two presentations. The last two presentations soon will be the local government climate change response plans by Noloyiso Wolingo, and then the provincial growth and development strategy, which will be done by Dr. Figile Ndlovu. But before we do those two, does anyone want to make any input or raise any questions? Mrs. Nichols will still be online as well to answer any questions, and the others on the panel are still available. So can I open it up for a short round of engagement? Any takers? Okay, I've seen some hands. If those with the mics, please, let's be ready. Mayor Ngobo, one. Number two is that Mayor Mpofana, is it? And let me complete my round. Are there any others? Number 3 here. Okay, let's stop there for the moment. Number 4. All right. Mayor Ngobo.
Thank you, MEC. Greetings again to Honorable Premier, all our MECs, colleagues, and everyone who's here, the senior management. No, MEC is just, let me start by welcoming all the presentation. I think some of them were too technical. We're still dealing with them. Maybe we'll ask questions in the next meeting. But let me see, the first presentation from ATIA is just, it's not really a question, but I'm just thinking that we come up with very clean and clear plans, but the part of implementing them, it become an issue to me. I'm just looking at a very clear plan that was presented by Mr. Nkontwana, and looking at the budget anticipated for those programs. Then I'm asking myself, whether are we going to have those programs, looking at the budget, while there are other issues where we meet like this and discuss, we need budgets of water and all those things. But it's just a comment. There might not be an answer, but I think we must also look at that. I was just thinking if you can quantify how much is it that we're looking for in order for our program. Whether can we implement, is there anything that you can implement without looking at the budget? Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Mpofana. I think you can, you're supposed to be ready to sanitize the mic before it's handed over. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair MEC Pillay.
It's not Mayor Mpofana. Sorry, I thought you can just introduce yourself and everything.
I'm Lindo Pungula, the Mayor for King George District Municipality. Let me extend my greetings to the Honorable Premier and the members of the Provincial Executive, all the representatives of councils, mayors present, as well as advisors to the Premier and all the presenters who just made presentations, members of council.
I'm sure we can allow you to take your mask off as you speak. You know, at my age, my hearing is not as good as it used to be.
Okay. No, thanks very much. Honorable MEC, let me join my colleague, Mayor Ngobo, in welcoming all the presentations. I have just a few things that I wanted to raise in the presentations from 3 presenters. Firstly, from presenter Ms. Noelle from HR, as well as one from Professor Majosi and Ms. Dlamini. They actually touch very critical points, the issues around the preservation of water resources and the issues around smart agriculture. My challenge that I have, Honorable MEC, is that the impact of climate change is already felt in our locations, it's already felt in our running, our work every day, but it's already felt also by people in the business of agriculture. But most of the initiatives that are coming, they seem to be the medium to long-term initiatives. I just want to find out from the presenters, particularly Professor Machozi, looking at us as the government of South Africa, either local government or even provincial government, are we on the right track in terms of catching up with this challenge of climate change? Do we need more laws to control, or is a matter of ensuring that there is enforcement of the laws? Particularly because most of the climate change, the abuses of the environment, they come from the business, to be honest, and it's done in the name of economic growth and so forth. So hence, then it becomes very difficult to challenge. How then do we navigate that space to ensure that while we are ensuring economic growth, but also we move very fast in terms of safeguarding the environment, but also how do we work towards ensuring that we reach even all the people in terms of making sure while they participate in the economy, particularly in agriculture, but we do it in a way that is now in line with making sure that we preserve the environment, but making sure that we maximize profit while also saving the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to remind everyone, this is the inaugural meeting, and some of the stuff is going to be on the agendas of the council as we go along. But you are sharpening the questions for us, so that's important. Number 3 behind the mic. Number 3, just put your hand up, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Well, I just want to comment about the greenhouse gas inventory program. It is just one example of how we do not collaborate, for instance, because I think the department can work together with universities to do some of these things in a much more effective way. For instance, myself, I used to work at Cape Point. Cape Point station is the only greenhouse gas station here in South Africa. Only few people work there. It's an atmospheric chemistry station. They have high quality value of, for instance, methane, CO2, SO2, all these pollutants and greenhouse gases. And I'm here at the University of Zululand, and someone just a few kilometers from myself is working on something similar to what I can do much more better. So this is an example of how I think that we should, myself as a contributing member in the council, I think I want to make sure that there is a collaboration. I think we need to collaborate more. When I look at your Excel sheet, I was thinking I could do that much more better with Python so that you can always plug in a value and get whatever you want. Of course, I will talk to you after this. Yeah, so I just propose that, for instance, there is University of KwaZulu-Natal here, there is University of Zululand there, the department is here. The department should have someone at least inside it who will always liaise with universities because they do these things. And what they do is they write the reports in a form of publications, and they are all in Google Scholar or wherever, when these can be used by the department on reports and decision making. So that is very important for me.
Thank you very much. So better coordination, avoid duplication. I think that's one of the key objectives of the council. And it's UKZN, it's University of Zululand, it's DUT, there's MUT. So we want to really pull together all our resources. And then there's number 4 here. Second row, thank you.
Greetings to the Premier, greetings to the MEC, greetings to all of the officials in this inaugural meetings. My name is Futhi Vilagazi from Umgeni Water, and I've got a few questions from our first presentation, which was highlighting the climate change modeling and climate smart agriculture. What was highlighted in the presentation was the uncertainty associated with climate change models. And we know that most of the models that we are using are global climate models, of which are developed in the northern countries or in the well-developed countries. And they are not really developed to suit the conditions in our country. And the question, not specifically to the MES that was presenting, but maybe to our government, how much are we channeling in terms of funding the development of our own climate models that will suit our conditions? And the presentation also highlighted the less confidence when it comes to projecting the impact of climate change when it comes to precipitation or rainfall. It even gets worse when it comes to stream flow reduction. So how much are we channeling in terms of improving those climate models? And what is the potential for using the 4IR innovation and technologies in terms of improving those? So it's something I think as government, it's something that we really need to invest in, because we really need to be able to predict accurately in terms of how are we affected as a country. And then going to the presentation on the second presentation, the Mgeni Resilience Project, which was highlighting more on the agriculture and the various early warning systems that are being developed. What was highlighted there is the need to simplify agriculture. And I want to ask Prof. Modi in terms of what are we currently doing in terms of, we know that at UKZN we are mobilizing youth, but how much collaboration are we also doing with the TVET College, which are currently housing the students that are coming from rural areas and from disadvantaged backgrounds, of which have got a potential to make positive change on the ground? How much are we collaborating with those? Because there is an area of opportunity where we can capacitate those young people so that they can make positive change in their own communities. And also around the simplifying of agriculture, how much are we also channeling in terms of making it attractive to the youth? Prof also highlighted the fact that we realize the importance of subsistence farming when it comes to dealing with the issues of COVID as one of the adaptation strategies. So how are we making it attractive so that at least each and every household should be able to practice subsistence farming? We also need to be thinking about land. Most of our communities do not have land to practice agriculture. So that's another question. And then lastly, going to the presentation that was highlighting the nexus by Prof. Majosi, that highlighted the importance of integrated planning between the various sectors that are being affected by climate change. In terms of adaptation, we've got the water sector, we've got energy sector, we've got the agricultural sector. In that case, there is an opportunity for us to be able to share costs, because climate change response comes at a cost. And if we do integrated planning, we can be able to share costs, we can be able to maximize benefits, we can be able to mitigate trade-offs and minimize duplication. So how can we provide an enabling environment for the various sectors to be able to collaborate and plan integratively so that we incorporate the impacts at the planning and design of the various projects? Okay. And then lastly, when it comes to monitoring of climate change, we have less infrastructure on the ground in terms of monitoring rainfall, in terms of monitoring stream flows, of which those are inputs in terms of disaster management. And we can't really develop effective systems in terms of early warning systems unless we've got the accurate data that we need and enough data dating back to enough period that will be able to help us focus. So we need to also invest in terms of making the infrastructure that is required on the ground, and that is for the government to also think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think many of the inputs were comments and which will add value to our work going forward. For example, in the last one, I do know that there's an attempt to, some money is allocated to reach an agreement with the South African Weather Services precisely for the purposes that you are talking about. There were other questions, I think are largely comments, but I'm going to ask the two professors to just assist us with some responses to the questions that were raised. If I can start with Professor Modi, and then we'll go to Professor Majosi. If the mics can be taken through. I think I'll deal with the budget issues. Can we start with Professor Modi and then go to, please, you're not concentrating? You're not Professor Modi first. You can give the other mic to Professor Modi on the, thank you. It's not on.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm not going to take other people's questions, but I might touch on them.
You got 3 minutes.
Yes.
So you can decide what you want to touch on.
I think what needs to happen in South Africa is an integrated approach. I think the last presentation focused on the integrated approach. And I'm hoping that the Commission is actually going to make that particularly important. The colleague from University of Zululand highlighted something that is very important, which is the universities in the region working together to produce solutions for government. One of the things that we are thinking of, particularly in response to the lady from Umgeni Water, we need to revise our curriculum. At universities as well as other areas of learning, including high schools. I am currently busy negotiating with the districts, but I'm starting with the municipalities where we make young people champions. They don't have to study agriculture. They can study economics, they can study social sciences and so on. If you look at all the different areas of education, they can be integrated to respond to climate change. So for sure, as the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we are going to come up with a system that makes people participate at the lower levels of survival. Because those of us who can escape from the rural areas and live in the cities and even overseas will not take this as seriously as the majority who are on the ground. So I think there is a need to revise the curriculum. There is a need to collect homegrown data. There's a need to have homegrown experts like Professor Majosi, who are going to be asking the question from the correct angle. We currently accumulate PhDs and masters that sit in the drawer, and nobody is asking, what problem did you resolve? What problem did you solve? Where are you coming from? That would be my general contribution. And we need government to be part of this.
Thank you. Thank Profs. I've been, to use the different words, I've been lamenting in my age they used to have this thing called applied studies, Applied, and what you're talking about, I think, is really the same, just different words. That in the academic era, we have applied studies where the theory is matched with the practice of the kind of work that you are doing. But Professor Majosi, you want to add a response? Activate the mic, please.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, MEC. My response will be to Mayor Pungula, who actually asked a very pertinent question here in terms of whether we need more laws in order to make the change, or there are sufficient laws. I think as South Africans, we now know that we have earned a reputation as being very, very good at coming up with policies, but failing to implement. So our bottleneck is always at implementation. Most of these techniques that I'm talking about here are no longer at a textbook level. They've actually been applied. There are case studies where you can do this. And a very good question perhaps to ask would be, why would company A, I'm not going to mention names, why would company A, which is a multinational, be able to achieve a certain emission rate per ton of production in Europe, but fail to do that here in South Africa? It's the same company, they have all the technology, it's just a different space or place where they find themselves. So definitely there is a technology, but the reason is you can't go to Europe or US and flout the policies.
In other words, when there's a clear stipulation in terms of how much CO2 you have to produce per ton of production, you have to do that, because if you don't do that, there will be consequences. But come to South Africa, you can do that. In most instances, you do that and go all the way undetected. So it's an issue of implementation. Most of these are not novel techniques. I didn't talk about anything here except right at the end where I'm talking about hydrogen. There's still a lot of understanding that you have to gather. But in terms of reduction of energy using pinch technology that I mentioned, all engineers know that. I teach engineers at varsity who do that. You cannot, for example, let me take BP, for example. You cannot at BP design a refinery having not asked a fundamental question at some point whether, is this the right amount of steam or energy that I ought to be using? You can't. Most of these refineries, having worked with them now for quite some time, there's something they're known as the stage gate model, which is very stringent in Europe, by the way. When you design a plant, any plant, there's a stage gate model where at any given stage you ask a number of questions before you move on to the next stage. Very early in the stage, and this talks to the question from Umgeni Water as to why do we not adopt these policies at a very early stage of design. So at the very early stages, the conceptual stages of any project, you hear those questions like, have you saved enough water? Is this the amount of water that you ought to be using? Is this the amount of energy that you ought to be using? If the answer is no, then come up with the right design. So we know all this. Some of the companies in South Africa, most refineries have the BD&I model. As to whether it's applied, that's another matter altogether. So all I'm saying is I don't think that is an issue of policies, and we should be very careful. That's why I'm saying your question, Mayor, is very, very cogent, because we can go all the way and formulate policies, and we've done that with many other instances. If those policies are not going to find ground where it matters most, it's not going to be of any value. So that's my answer really to that. So it's not a question taking from Professor Modi. In what I spoke about, it's not a question of the curriculum change. An average engineer in South Africa knows what pinch technology is. If you go to any refinery, they'll tell you what that is. Then if you ask the second question, are you applying it? That's another matter. Okay, and then the third question, which came from, can't remember the name of the gentleman. What I took from your question was really the emphasis on collaboration. I think I cannot agree with you more, that we ought to collaborate a bit more. There is a lot of merit in having a more localized approach, having local institutions collaborating more, because the problems might be very unique in a particular province, but also we should collaborate widely, nationally and globally, because there are solutions out there that we might not be aware of. And then just to zoom into, although I've touched on your question, Ms. Vilagazi from Umgeni Water, I like your question. All these technologies that we are talking about usually find meaning during the conceptual and the design phases of the project. Once the plant is out there, it's very difficult to do what we call retrofit, where you stop the plant and say, for a while, let's redesign the whole thing. It becomes really difficult. And I think that's where the issues are in as far as the take-up of these technologies. So the best time would have been during conceptual phase and during the design phase. And again, I go back to as to why it doesn't happen. It's simply a question of policy more than anything else. But the technologies are there, because we are talking about multinationals here who have more technologies than some of the best universities we have in the country. You know, some of our students, they go to work for some of these multinationals and they find that what we've been teaching them actually is behind time. They're already miles ahead. They have the technologies and they apply these technologies in other countries, but not in South Africa, simply because the policy is a bit lax.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think that really helps us to navigate our way forward. I just want to just comment briefly on the question of budgets. I think it's an important question the Mayor Ngobo asked, and I think the presentation spoke to there being sources of funding which we must learn how to be able to access. And I think that must be a key part of our work as a council as we go forward. But having said that, I think we must also look at the way we are using our existing budgets. And I think I need to put this on the table, because I can think of examples where, and this is at the very basic level, where you failed to effect repairs and maintenance, and I can recall there was something that a repair that should have been done at about 300,000 rand, was not done because you allegedly did not have the money. And things went south, and the system broke, and then you were able to find 5 million rand to hire tankers to deal with the crisis. So I think we've got to do a self-analysis. All our municipalities, how many instances of such things have we had? Why does it happen like that? And what do we do to correct it? The second example would be, how many of us have a water loss of between 40 to some, I think, goes up to even 60%. Right? And those are staggering figures. And yet we'll spend all our energy on saying, no, we need money to have new capital infrastructure. But we'll be having a water loss of sometimes up to 55, 60%. So I think that's an equally important part of our approach to budget management. And I'll leave it there. Okay, I think we've taken one round. It was a useful, different having a discussion. Let's move to the last leg of our program. And now it's going to call Noloiso to give us her presentation, and after which Dr. Ndlovu will be ready to give us the provincial growth and development strategy. And I'm sure that as the part of the organizing team, you'll both keep to your time allocations. Yes, you did. Okay. Noloiso, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and Program Director, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MECs, Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, if present, Amakosi, Mayors of District Municipalities, DGs of the Province, Members of Council, HODs, colleagues, good afternoon. Dangerous time indeed. I'm sure things are smelling nice outside if you go, so I'll make it very short. If I'll be allowed, can I please just take off my mask so that I can speak more clearly, and people who saw me before COVID can remember who I am and how I look like. We are going to talk about local government this afternoon, my favorite home for 15 years up to last year. We're going to talk about the municipal climate vulnerability assessment and the response plans that we developed, that we roll out throughout the country by the National Department of Environmental Affairs. That is the content of my presentation. We will talk about the local government requirements in terms of the response white paper, the assessment report, what it says about Africa, the methodology applied to conduct the assessments, the key issues in KwaZulu-Natal. We are going to take Amajuba as an example in terms of those plans that we developed, the indicators, and then also how far we are in terms of adoption of the plans that we have. It is our mandate in terms of that policy that we must have district and provincial plans developed or response strategies to evaluate the risks and impacts, and to seek to give effect to the national climate change response policy at the provincial level or at the district level. The IPCC report, the fifth ICP report, has got key messages for Africa. Unfortunately, for some reason, I cannot read properly from here, but whatever I can read, let me just try to read. It says that, the report says that Africa's climate is already changing and the impacts are being felt already. And that further climate change is inevitable in the coming decades. Climate change poses challenges to growth and development in Africa. That's very true, and we've seen in the previous presentations. Adaptation will bring immediate benefits and reduce the impact of climate change in Africa. The sooner we adapt, the better as Africans. It's a much more viable option for us. Some low carbon development options may be less costly in the long term and could offer new economic opportunities for Africa. Africa stands to benefit from integrated climate adaptation, mitigation, and development approaches, which is precisely why the provincial strategy was being reviewed. The project I'm talking about, the climate risk and vulnerability assessment and response plans that was done in all 10 district municipalities of KwaZulu-Natal, and also in the province itself. It was done in 2017. We assessed our vulnerabilities, and we had our scenarios and projections. The risk we updated, the impacts as well as the vulnerabilities, looking at different sectors. I'm sure you saw those in the first presentation that was done this morning by Mrs. Nowele. But most importantly, the local vulnerability assessments were also done in municipalities in all districts, and the response plans were developed in order to respond to those vulnerabilities. And then the adoption by municipal council is a very critical point, and I will talk about that in the very last slide of this presentation. In terms of vulnerability assessment, I won't really bother you with the definition. I'm sure it's something that we've already learned by now, just to manage my time. But just to quickly talk about how the criteria is applied, we look at the exposure, that is the magnitude and extent to which that municipal area is exposed to climate change impacts, where they are located in the environment, how sensitive you are as a municipality, and what your adaptive capacity is going to be in terms of the systems that are in place. Then a certain methodology was followed, which was very consultative. You can just, I'm sure you can see it better than I can from where I'm standing, but that is a process that was followed to make sure that everyone was on board during that process. And then the methodology that was followed in order to do the assessment, identify the indicators, look at the exposure, sensitivity, and as well as the adaptive capacity, which is going to give you, which is going to show you how vulnerable you are. Then the key climate change issues of KwaZulu-Natal came up in terms of those categories: natural systems, water resources, biodiversity resources, the fire regime in terms of how vulnerable certain areas are to fires, and so on and so forth. Agriculture, I think it has really taken center stage this morning. Now, we are taking an example of Amajuba District Municipality as one of those municipalities where the assessments were done and the response plans was developed. Looked at the key vulnerability indicators. We looked at agriculture, certain crops, how vulnerable they are, and what indicators would be. That is also agriculture, the soya crops, the sorghum. I think the first one was maize. And we looked, and these are now sectors. And then we looked at biodiversity as well, as to how various, say for instance, various biomes could be vulnerable to climate change impacts, biodiversity and wetlands, how damaged or how good the wetlands are. In terms of, we also looked at the water and hydrology. That was also studied, and then also how prone the district is to fires. I think Lulega also talked about this morning, particularly because the invasive alien plants are really invading our lands, so that is actually exposing our areas more. And then there are also other more indicators that are not really, don't really look natural or biophysical, like whether the society can access water, they can access sanitation, the types of dwelling they live in, whether they are employed or not, and that population. And then the study came up with the high priority indicators across all the sectors that we identified in Amajuba, also as well as medium priority indicators. Even in those medium priority indicators, you are going to see that some of them are still ranking high. So it means that this is something that Amajuba must take seriously going forward in their implementation. Then the response plans were developed in terms of the vulnerabilities identified and in terms of the priorities that were found for each of those. So I will not actually read per each of those, but what I can say is that if you look at the sector, you look at the objective as to why that vulnerability was done and why that plan must be in place, and then look at the project that that needs to be implemented in response. Some of them, as Mayor Ngcobo was asking, some of them do not necessarily need a financial commitment. Some of them is things that can be done without financial commitment, but obviously they do need financial commitment. And some of them are things that the municipality is already doing, but they just don't realize that it is actually a response to the vulnerability that they are having as a municipality. Then the plan also looks at biodiversity as a sector, the human health, very critical because our citizens, their health gets affected because of the diseases, some of them previously unknown in South Africa and in those localities, but it looks like in future they are going to become prevalent. Disaster management, infrastructure and human settlement. Although I cannot really read the text there, but I remember when I was preparing my slides, one of the easiest things to actually implement as a municipality, as a project, is the management of stormwater to avoid flooding in a city. And that is what can be done within the, I think it's within the municipality, collaboration between a local and a district municipality. Water resources, the access to drinking water, and also the water that's being used to manage irrigation. Also as well, there's the response plan talks about that one as well. Now, MEC, I've actually finished. I'm just over my time by 34 seconds. Let me just, that is my last slide. I think the meeting was going on well up to now. I'm now a party pooper. You know, if you've been around, you know the song that goes like, why do you call the police? Because the party was nice. Still going hot. Now, this shows the level or the status of adoption so far since the development and adoption of these plans. Certain district municipalities had finalized their adoption as soon as, oops, so that is reminding me that my time is up. So the district municipalities that are in blue, they were previously red. It means now they are blue because we are working with them to intervene. It is very important that we have these plans adopted so that we can attract interventions, we can attract funding. There are examples of municipalities that are already benefiting from the funds that are already that are out there because their plans, it is safe to assume that they are able to implement it because their plans, the council has committed to their plans being adopted. So I do encourage you, district municipalities, to make sure that the plans that we have are adopted so that we are able to assist you lobby for funds, because that is a huge investment that was put in by the National Department. It was a lot of money, and it was very important because the country at the time was really in that space where we just signed as a signatory to the Paris Agreement, and we did agree as a country that we are going to protect our communities, we are going to make sure they can adapt. In Lembe district, we've sat with them, we've spoken, and they've agreed that by the end of June 2021, they will make sure they have adopted their Mkungundlovu. We are also talking, actually they are literally working on it as we speak. We spoke to them again 2 weeks ago. The engagement is in progress, but there are changes that are taking place in the district municipality, but we continue to assist them. King Ejwayo, the intervention is going to start now. Our financial year just started. We are going to work with them. I met the MM at the bathroom. I greeted her nicely. I didn't really say what my intention was to greet her so nicely, but after this, then she will know why I was being so nice, even though she didn't remember who I was because I was under my mask. Zululand District Municipality, the plan has been in the council agenda for quite some time now. It is awaiting adoption. But I'm hoping that the council will find it in their heart to make sure that plan is being adopted. I may just only quickly touch, MC, I know I'm over now by 2 minutes. Mzinyati District Municipality, they are now greatly benefiting from the national funds, from the funds that are being channeled to the National Department, the Climate Adaptation Fund. It is pleasing to note that. And other municipalities that are here that have adopted, they have also, they've in their plans, some projects, some lower hanging fruits have been identified, and they have managed to develop bankable projects from those vulnerability plans, and we are hoping that they are going to get funding. We are really assisting them to get funding to implement their projects. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Noloiso, for that overview of the state of preparation in local government climate change response plans. I think as we go forward, and I'm sure all the district mayors know how the AIDS Council operates, and now what we are doing here is taking climate change and escalating it in importance in the same way that we took HIV/AIDS and set up a provincial council. Now we've got an equivalent provincial council. So at the first quarterly meeting, I'm sure we're going to get reports, as we do in the AIDS Council, per district. I mean, starting off with this basic question of whether you've adopted your plan, and then to go into the serious work of, say, how effective is this plan, and how are we monitoring and evaluating the implementation, including questions that was raised by Mayor Ngobo as to, what funding has there been, how did it get leveraged, who were the successful municipalities, why were they successful, and what other funds that could be available. All that then becomes part of the mix of this work, of the work of this council as we go forward. So thank you, Noloiso, for that, and you'll obviously be at the coalface of driving that particular implementation. If we can go to our final presentation, which is the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, will be presented by Dr. Fikile Ndlovu, who is the DDG Strategic Planning in the Office of the Premier. Fikile, over to you.
Thank you, MEC, Premier, MECs, colleagues, Amakosi, Omeya, DG, HODs, members of the Council. I will be very quick, MEC. This is a presentation on a reviewed provincial growth and development strategy. I'm hoping I won't go through the outline. Basically, it's telling us that we are supposed to be, we are finalizing our next 5 years, which is until 2025, and then after that it's 2030. And we have the draft, which we've consulted upon, and the Provincial Planning Commission is leading that process. We've done the consultations, and there were various webinars, but the question would be, why am I here? I think we are here in this because climate change is one of the, we know we are talking about the future of this country. Therefore, the strategy itself has to really show us how are we going to move forward, in particular on the issue of mainstreaming climate change. And at the moment, I don't think we've achieved that. And I think some of the discussions you would have even yourselves indicated that we need integrated planning. And this is why then we are here, because we are looking for the inputs that are supposed to be coming from the council itself, so that in 5 years we can be able to measure whether we are achieving what we had intended to achieve. There are issues that are guiding this. It's what has worked and what hasn't worked, and where we want to go in terms of this province. And with all the inputs that we've received, including, we've even looked back at the framework in terms of the spatial framework, because it's also important. We've integrated all those issues. The issue of alignment, I think here again it has been indicated that we need to be talking about integrated planning. We need to be talking about the issue of alignment. We have the NDP at the national level. We have the PGD as at this level. But we are also having the DDM, the integrated plans that are in the district. So whatever discussions that we are having here and the plans that we are talking about, from a long-term perspective, we must be able to see that in the DDM coming out clearly on how we are responding to climate change within that integrated planning. The vision has not changed in terms of where we want to see this province. We still want to be prosperous. We want to be healthy and secure, skilled, and we also want to be harmony and also a gateway to Africa and the world. Again, this council becomes a fundamental in that area. Climate change is here with us now, but it's devastating in terms of our future. Therefore, for us to achieve this vision, this will be important. We are just highlighting here that from the strategic goals of the PGDS, we've aligned it to the National Strategic Plan, to the MTSF, which is the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, and with all the priorities, from priority 1 to priority 7. Again, if you look at those priorities, if we are mainstreaming climate change, it means within all of those priorities, we must be able to articulate and be clear what are we doing in terms of climate change in priority 1, in priority 2, in priority 3, and it must run across the entire plan in terms of our strategy for the province. We are adjusting in terms of ensuring, I think the issue that has come out is the issue of saying, are we clear in terms of the outcomes that we want to achieve in climate change? With the climate change, some of the robust discussions that has happened today are actually saying, can we find expressions into outcomes that are clearly outlined in indicators so that we will be clear how we will measure ourselves? We will not go through it, but we are just showing you the outline of how it looks like. It's got the policy context. It then goes to strategic analysis, the high level, then the sustainability matrix, which talks to, again, the discussions that we were having today. And then we move to the mission, the vision, and then the strategic priorities that we've spoken about. The spatial development framework becomes very critical, again, in the discussion today. It's what was coming out today. Now, in summary, we are saying climate change has been identified, current and the future. We are saying the impact is multifactorial. We've indicated it's imperative that our PGDS really shows how we are addressing it from a long-term perspective. And some of the discussions, it's futuristic. What are the opportunities that we should be embedding in that strategy document so that in future we can see the growth in terms of our province? Recommendations is that the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Council notes the finalization of this document. We are still looking the importance of having this responsive in terms of the climate change and ensuring that it is mainstreamed. We are still looking for the inputs. We know we had closed them, but this is a critical structure in terms of this strategy, and we would still like to get more inputs, in particularly around the issues that have been raised robustly in this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to MEC Pillay and all presenters. I will take comments from the plenary and then request the representatives of business in the province represented by Mr. Tembe from Growth Coalition also to make remarks. But let me start by requesting that if there are any comments on presentations made so far, let's take that before we move to Mr. Tembe, then we close. You will be the first colleague. Do you have anyone else? None. Therefore, after you, we will move straight to co-chair, Mr. Tembe. Then we will move toward closure.
My name is Michael Malinga. I want to just to pick up some few points. It's just it's a call for proper responses into this climate change. While I'm doing that, I want to thank Prof. Modi for being consistent into looking at these proper solutions. I can recall a long history in UM Appeting. But what I want to call for is it's a response that talks to really rural people. When Madlamini was presenting, I was noting some questions here. With Madlamini, you are talking, and I understand it. But I was thinking how this your vulnerable your very valuable points and research, how is it going to reach Ukoko from that last village at Guanongoma and from that last village at Msinga? The research, how is it going to be applied at home? But Prof. Modi came with responses, and if we can then model it and learn from each other, those responses can work. And the first presentation from a department by Umamus Pumelel was talking like, she said, if, let's look for different, for water sources if drought hits. And then Prof. Machozi said, we are one of the driest countries in the world. But Mama was saying, if droughts happen. That reminded me of the community of Msinga, which has tanks that are built on mountains, but they've never received water. That if Mzinyati is here, will be my witness, that there are tanks that are being reservoirs, but they've never had water inside. And I don't know why budgets are not, those tanks are not finished. I'm reminded of the communities in Bergville where water is being pumped into Joburg. It's being pumped to Gauteng, but those communities have never had running waters in their houses. So we are a driest country. We are looking at drought through the eyes of urban, this concept of urban bias. Whereas communities in rural areas, they are living in drought already. There's no if. So I'm just calling even the government, the academia, let's look at the proper responses when we are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I thought it was a direct question to Ms. Dlamini. Okay, it has provoked a comment. That's fine. You can then comment, Luleka.
Yeah, Bonga, for your question and comment. I think that's why towards the end of presentation, I was talking about working with smallholder farmers. So one of the issues that I've seen within the academia is that we work so much with the models and we come up with all these theories, but then there isn't any integration of how the actual society can take this up. So through the transdisciplinary type of research that we are trying to do now, as Prof has also said, we are really trying to engage with farmers, and primarily one of the key issues with climate smart agriculture is that kumele nisebenze nama farmers and come up with solutions that they can also adopt. So that's one of the key things that we are trying to do with this project. It's still very quite hard because we're targeted. You're only working with one community and maybe a group of only 30 farmers. But in terms of taking this forward and applying such things in different areas, we do need the government to take that forward and to see which Lama solutions as coming now from the science part of things are actually being implemented and they are funded going forth.
Thanks. I think that addresses the question and the input. Let's move toward closure, and then moving toward closure, let me request Mr. Tembe to come to the front and make the remarks on behalf of the province, the sector of business. Mr. Tembe.
Let me kick off by acknowledging the Premier of the province, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, MEC of ETIA and other MECs present, community leadership, Amakosi, government, and business leadership, ladies and gentlemen. Whilst I have not been asked to render a vote of thanks, I felt that I must kick off by taking time to commend and congratulate KZN government leadership on this initiative. The organization of today's program and quality of presentations is legendary. I'm sure you'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen. As business, we've been educated today, and I will make sure that the lessons learned shall be shared with wider business community. Sitting down here, I couldn't help but think of lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis, forging a new future. We'll kick off by talking about the power of good governance. In times of crisis, it is imperative to reflect on both the participating and perpetuating factors leading up to a catastrophe in order to find viable solutions and to prevent a repeat event. COVID-19 and climate change are very different disasters, yet they share many commonalities in terms of crisis preparation and management. Despite the warnings, we failed to adequately plan for a pending pandemic. With climate change, we still have the time and opportunity to ensure that we are prepared. As the second article of a two-part series, this article reflects on what lessons can be learned from the current COVID-19 pandemic in terms of governance and crisis management. The first article in this series, which I found and examined, it examines the environment, social, and economic lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic that can be applied to the climate change crisis. Namely, the destruction of natural systems has profound, pervasive, and lasting social, economic, and environmental impacts. Equally, we have the capacity to repair and restore degraded ecosystems and to adopt practices that enhance integrity and resilience of natural systems as the basis of both economic development and competitiveness. We need to see beyond the current storm to identify the opportunities available to us and to act on this. A green road to recovery is the only viable route, and green investments and stimulus packages are the vehicles to achieve this end. While individual action is critical in bending the climate curve, collaboration on a global scale is crucial, as COVID-19 has demonstrated. Fundamentally, Premier, COVID-19 has taught us that together we can bend the curve and combat climate change. We should pay careful attention to the science related to climate change. I think we've had various speakers talking to this point. And to heed the warnings backed by robust science and inquiry. I think that point came out quite clearly today and was meticulously amplified by various speakers. The climate risk trifecta, that is physical, transition and liability risk. The negative impacts that need to be managed because of large-scale changes in our global systems include climate change that can be categorized as physical transition and liability risk and impacts. COVID-19 has demonstrated the consequences of large-scale catastrophic changes in key systems, of which major supply chains are a prime example. Supply chains are now so intricately linked that they constitute a single super system vulnerable to a single event which takes on global proportions. Physical risk from climate include human mortality as well as damage to infrastructure as parts of the world are increasingly affected by extreme weather or rising sea levels. Cyclone Idai demonstrated yet again how extremely vulnerable we are in the region as the second worst flood disaster in the southern hemisphere. In order, let me submit this because I think it's an important point. In order to meet the requirements of the Paris Climate Agreement, economies will need to divest deeply and rapidly from fossil fuels. I think it was emphasized earlier. Bursting the carbon bubble will result in trillions of dollars of stranded assets, highlighting the need to transition as many industries and sectors as quickly as possible. A recent study by the Climate Policy Initiative has found that cumulative impact of global low carbon transition on South Africa over the period 2013 to 2035 could amount to more than $120 billion in present value terms. The vast majority of much of the risk and potential impacts are due to factors, policies, and events beyond the control of the South African government. But both crises will hamper the free movement of people and goods as a result of changes in the demand, supply, and availability of goods and services. In some cases, this will cause the undesirable movement of people fleeing the sudden or gradual alterations in their natural environment and livelihoods as climate refugees. Finally, the liability risk of both COVID-19 and climate change are vast. Liability risk results from people or businesses seeking compensation for losses they may incur as a result of physical and transition risk. The lessons from COVID-19 pandemic is that the physical transition and liability risk of large-scale catastrophic changes in key systems are vast. This means careful and considered adaptation planning to mitigate the consequences as much as possible. In response to potential climate risk, business can identify and manage risk, secure their supply chains, understand market demand and volatility, and mitigate against economic system disruptions. From a climate change perspective, adaptation will allow companies to build the necessary resilience into their systems well in time to safeguard and, in some cases, even enhance competitiveness, as said earlier. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us fundamental lessons which we can apply to the climate change movement in terms of how to manage the crisis. Fundamental changes going forward include aggressively addressing and, where possible, reversing environmental degradation, implementing systems level shifts advanced by strong and ethical leadership, enabling collaborative and aligned action informed by robust science and data. These changes will make substantial difference in preventing crises and, where prevention is not possible, in preparing for a possibility in mitigating the next crisis. Government alone can do it. I think that is the reason why our KZN government wisely incorporated or established the council that is made up of various social partners. Platforms like the KZN CCSD, where business and civic society are empirically vital to influence policy review towards a sustainable development without compromising jobs and economic growth. It is equally important to continuously seek for solutions and systems of economic activities related to the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services that result in improved human well-being over the long term, while not exposing future generations to significant environmental risk or ecological scarcities. Finding a balance in the thought-provoking sentiment of encouraging industry to reduce fossil fuel and carbon emissions and creating the new green economy industry sector and reducing environmental scarcities for sustainable development without degrading the environment remains critical. Thank you very much, Premier. I think I took 9.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tembe. Thanks a lot for the pledge of the business sector to work with us in this council. Let's give Mr. Tembe a big round hand of applause. Colleagues, thank you. And at this stage, as we wrap up, let me emphasize a few points. Maybe firstly, let me thank all presenters for doing well, impacting your knowledge, your research, pardon, your skills, and your contribution is much valued. And we want to thank all of you for well-prepared presentations. Let's give all presenters a big round of applause. I think we're all clear, cascading from the PGDS, we are clear in terms of where we take the province to as our vision. But at this body, as the council, we all have to be seized with those 8 priorities presented by Ms. Noelle. And in doing so, as the government, we have adopted the district development model, as Dr. Ndlovu indicated. It is now upon all of us, district mayors, MEC champions, as well as HOD champions, to cascade this information down and to ensure that such structures are equally established in our district and we work together. The last question here, and some questions from the media, have been about how do we take this information down to the rural community, but all our interventions be pro-poor, and I think that point needs to be taken serious. And that will happen only if we, as government, cascade this information and these 8 priorities, the whole action plan, down to the district. We've also learned not only from presentations. I think the exhibition that was outside here was eye-opening on the fact that also dealing with the issues of environment is an economic activity on its own. There was a stand there from the team from ETIA that is based in Sidara, doing quite well, and they've presented not the totality of products they offer. We know also of those who manufacture coffins from alien plants. We know of various recycling projects that are taking place in various parts of the province. Equally, we know of a number of companies that have ventured to green energy and are able to supply themselves with green energy, and that must be encouraged. And therefore, it's not a question of just shutting economic opportunities, but it's a question of adaptation. And I think the presenters were quite eloquent in that. So let me thank Professor Modi and thank the fact that UKZN have taken this work very serious and assigned you Deputy Vice Chancellor, and it's quite an honor for us as the government. We also want to thank that UKZN continues to excel on research. It's one of the international acclaimed, well recognized, but your knowledge is not just an academic knowledge based on paper. There is a continuous interaction with the province to feed to the programs of the province. Not only your faculty, but also when we were faced with COVID-19 right from the beginning. It was UKZN that came with the war room and undertook research, and some of your scientists who have conducted researches are today globally recognized. And the academics and institutions of higher learning become relevant only if they feed knowledge to the society. We thank all of you as presenters. I listened when the question was asked, and it was said, Madlamini, as if it's someone from far, yet it's someone from Mandeni, the very same rural area. So we are all together, we are a family of South Africans. Let me thank the mayors for taking this work serious. Your contributions, there is something else just to attend, but it is more important to attend and make contributions. And we thank you for that, and we're hoping that you will be able to take this process down to the district. Various sectors, I must say that there are two opposing sides who are very vocal on these issues. I think they are located in the south of eThekwini. The business in the south of eThekwini, the NGOs in the south of eThekwini. And I'm hopeful that MEC Pillay, we will make that our project to ensure that they are also engaged and synchronize their approach with us as the council here. SAFTA, and I think I must thank SAFTA for assigning the most senior leaders to participate, and the agricultural industry has a lot to contribute and to benefit from this council. And we thank you, Mr. Madlala, for your participation. Mr. Tembe, your contribution is much valued, and your commitment to work with us, but to ensure that even the business sector does not take the work we're doing to preserve environment as anti-business, and that is quite important. I would not have done my work if I failed to appreciate the KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional Leaders for assigning one of their most senior leaders to be with us. Inkosi yasemathini Lunkulu Ndabezitha, siyabonga, your presence here is much valued. And indeed, without traditional leadership, we will not be able to reach to all corners of this province. And we're hoping that when we take this down to our respective districts, the traditional leadership will equally support the work by giving briefing and cascade the program down to their district houses. With that, I must promise that all inputs made here are well captured electronically, but also well captured by the Secretariat of this Council, and we will be able to consolidate them and ensure that they are integrated in our action plan. Let us work together to preserve our home. We have only one home, it is this earth. But we're not doing that for us. It is more important for the forthcoming generations. The generations to come will suffer or prosper based on what we achieve as the living generation. If we achieve, they will prosper. If we fail, they will face serious difficulties than the challenges of today. With those words, thank you to all of you. Till we meet on the 20th of August, I thank you. I'm requested that I should indicate that we are all requested to go to the next hall for lunch. Kuthiwe angahambi umuntu engawubambanga umoya. Ukuthi ubanike oprovidile hayi uhulumeni, kodwa sonke sidlule ngakhona. Siyabonga.